we ready?
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. I would now like to call the April 9th, 2024 Longmont City Council regular session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel. You can also view it at longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or on Comcast channels 8 or 880. May we have the roll call, please, Crystal?
Mayor Peck,
Present.
Council Members Christ,
Present.
Hidalgo Faring,
Here.
Martin,
Here.
McCoy, Rodriguez,
Here.
Yarbrough.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As a reminder to the public, in accordance with the Council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the City of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard. You must provide your address on the sign-up sheet before the meeting or I will not call on your name. Each speaker Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing item, and you are asked to add your name to the speaker list for that specific item. And anyone can speak during final call public invited to be heard. I do see that Sister Cities is here tonight. Welcome, welcome. And I don't expect all of you to give your names and addresses. So Courtney, when you come up, if you could just say these are residents. Thank you. Members of the public also, or the audience, will refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the council. So we have minutes to approve. Can I have a motion for the March 19th, 2024 regular session minutes?
I'll move the March 19th, 2024 minutes.
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion from council on the minutes? Seeing none, let's vote. It went away. We're waiting for the, there we go. Thank you. That passes unanimously.
The March 26th regular session minutes as presented.
Seconded.
All right, the March 22nd, 2024 minutes have been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Christ. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, let's vote. That passes unanimously. We're now at the agenda revisions and submission of documents and motions to direct the city manager to add agenda items. Is there anyone? I do have 2 motions that I want to make, and then I will call on the others. Only one of mine came up here. I am going to make this motion, and I'll explain in the discussion after the motion. Commissioner Ashley Stolzman has agreed, I don't know if she's here yet. There you are. Hello, Commissioner. To give her perspective. And the motion is I move to direct staff to engage in the conversations. Shoot. I'm sorry, that popped up right in the middle of my. Okay. I move to direct staff to engage in the conversations Boulder County is having on a regional composting facility. Can I have a second? Okay, it's been moved by Councilor McCoy. Is there any discussion? The reason that Commissioner Stolzman, if you would like to give the county perspective on what has been happening as far as a composting facility, and if there are any questions.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak briefly this evening. I'm Ashley Stolzman, a County Commissioner, and we are working at the county on evaluating potential options for a regional composting facility. So really exploring where this comes from is because we've heard from community members' desire to have more local compost options that would allow people to compost things that used to be able to be composted and no longer are. The community's made it clear that they're really excited about the environmental benefits of composting and think that having some local options and more competition in the composting industry would be positive for them. So we're exploring just different potential options. And one of the things we've identified as important is working with our community partners to ensure that issues that may arise, concerns that come up, and citing is appropriate in areas. So we would like to work with communities in exploring the options and considerations to make sure that we don't go down a path that just won't work or isn't something that you all are interested in. So we would love our staff to be able to work with your staff and then lay out through maybe a memorandum of understanding or other tool what the expectation is. We're committed to significantly funding the effort and being a good partner, and I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Are your questions on this subject? Councilor McCoy?
I'm just supporting you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. And I am very excited to have our different staffs work together on this because as our composting company, A1, a year and a half ago, I guess, has decided that they can no longer compost for our city, we feel that it is necessary for us to look at a regional effort. And I'm very excited that we can do this together and have a regional facility, a regional plan. Thank you, Commissioner. Councilor Christ. Well, wait a minute. Well,
No.
we're having a discussion about it now. Okay, Councilor.
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure. A1 has not withdrawn from composting. They have just limited the kind of materials they can compost.
Right.
Thank you.
But it isn't working very well for us because of clean and dirty composting. So we need these discussions. Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I really think this is a great thing. When I was serving on RCAB, we were looking at this, and I think that this is just the absolute best move in the right direction. And you really don't recognize how many little things you miss in composting, like putting tea bags in and things like that, till you can't put them in. And then this will be a great opportunity for us.
Thank you. Seeing no more, no one else in the queue that would like to discuss this item, let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. The other motion that I want to make is I know that the codes for electricity, and I forgot the acronyms for them. No, not the DERs. There are electrification codes that will be being dropped. And we haven't had those yet, but I want to direct staff when we get those. EECE?
IBC.
IEC. When staff reviews those, in their reviews to take into effect that I want our new development to be electrification rather than gas. So I move to direct staff to bring back to us options for electrifying all new residential development in our city and options for commercial development in our city going forward to be electrified.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Councilor?
No,
No.
that's for later.
Seeing, okay.
Sorry, it's for later.
Let's vote. Seeing no discussion. That carries unanimously. Thank you. Councilor Susan Hidalgo Faring.
Thank you, Mayor.
Now we're ready.
Yes. So I'm seeking support from council to use, to approve the use of $10,000 of our council contingency funds to support this year's Juneteenth event. Last year, we did pull from council contingency. We can have a discussion at a later date as to, the sustainability and where to go from there. But for this year, I would move that we support Juneteenth with $10,000 from council contingency. Thank you.
It's been moved by Councilor Hidalgo Faring, seconded by Councilor Yarbrough, that we use $10,000 out of our council contingency fund to support the Juneteenth celebration. Is there any discussion, Councilor Martin?
Yes, last year I believe it was 5,000 plus 3,000 from the, wasn't it 5,000 last year? Was it 10 last year?
I thought it was. But you did mention 3,000. And where was that from?
3,000 came from the not from the council, from the Multicultural Action Committee, which is a name I have a hard time getting out of my mouth for some reason. So they had a total, I guess, of 13,000, but I remembered it as being 5,000. So I would like to confirm that it really was 10,000 last year.
Councilor Yarbrough.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I know it's kind of confusing, but the Juneteenth, Longmont Juneteenth was for Longmont, and the other was Boulder County. Yeah. So the NAACP put on for something at the CU where they were reading books and stuff. So there are participants of the NAACP and ECASE who are also on the Multicultural Action Committee. And so they applied for a grant, and the Longmont Juneteenth committee organization did not receive money from the multicultural, because once council gave the $10,000, we didn't apply. So we didn't get the 3,000. We gave the 3,000, they gave it to the NAACP Juneteenth.
Okay.
Which is for Boulder. So they had it at CU. They had their activities there. That's right. Okay, where's Sandy? Because she knows. I just wanted to verify, because you listening to me and looking at me like I'm not saying what I'm.
So Teresa just confirmed that last year was 10,000.
Okay.
And it was from the council.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, I know that there was an allocation from the council contingency. I just couldn't remember the amount. So,
And
yeah.
Mayor, council members, there was actually two sides to this. So you may remember that we brought you the city-sponsored events policy right before Juneteenth. And Juneteenth was the first approved city-sponsored event. So some of those things like stages and things like that are also covered. And then council also granted $10,000, up to $10,000. Now the motion is important because last time you all said for whatever expenses up to $10,000. So they had to account for all of those pieces as opposed to just a grant of $10,000.
Yes, and that's the question that I was leading up to, because we've been tossing out smaller amounts from the council contingency fund, but I feel like for an amount as big as $10,000, we ought to be able to see the budget.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, you'll get the budget. I will say this, we've landed a Grammy Award winning entertainer, and we have iHeartRadio as our media sponsor. So we are creating a budget, but we have to pay deposits on it for entertainers and things like that. So that's not a problem. I think we did that last year. We sent it to Sandy. We sent our budget last year.
Okay.
Yes, that was the requirement last year.
So is this also an up to, or is this just a flat $10,000 no matter what?
So
The motion was for 10,000.
for 10,000.
Okay.
But we can amend it to make it up to.
I
But I
would-
believe she got us really close to that 10,000 mark. I think the amount was used.
I'm
so-
sure that's the case. I just feel like you know, for a long time, we didn't take anything from the council contingency fund, and we've been doing it a lot lately. And I think we ought to get to the point where we see the budgets in the packet if
Yes.
we're going to do this.
Yes.
Do you want to amend the motion then to
Let's say up to.
Up to, yeah,
Yes,
no, I'm good
please.
with, let's make it up to $10,000 for the Juneteenth.
Okay. Did somebody second? Yes, Chiquita seconded it.
Okay. So,
That's all I have.
okay. And I seeing no one else in the queue to discuss this, let's vote. Before we vote, I do want to say we have approximately $143,000 in our council contingency fund.
It was a long time that we didn't use it.
Correct. And that carries unanimously. I cannot wait for this celebration. Okay, we are now at the city manager's report. Harold?
Mayor, council, tonight during the city manager's report, we're actually going to do the introduction of the students that are will be represented.
The council members wanted to make agenda revision.
Oh,
So-
all right, Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor. Peck, I was, after our last meeting that we had last week off, I got to thinking about agenda item 12B, which is 8902 Quail Road. And before they get too far into the development process, I want to get a better idea of how much of that property, of that 310 units, is going to be inclusionary housing. And
Point of order, that is going to be on, you can pull that when we get to the consent agenda and discuss it.
okay,
Is it on the consent?
I didn't see it there.
Oh, I thought you said 9B.
No,
No, that's not it.
it
That was last.
Okay.
was last meeting 12. Agenda item 12B, which is
The annexation?
annexation. I just had a couple of just wanted to get some clarifying information on that, and if we just bring it back next time around, we.
So what you want is a motion to reconsider?
Yeah, I just like a motion to reconsider.
Did you vote for it last time?
I did.
Can you make that motion again?
Okay.
You move to,
I move to make a motion to reconsider March 26th, agenda item 12B, the Quail Road annexation.
Second.
okay, it's been moved by Councilor McCoy and seconded by Councilor Chris that we bring back the annexation, which was 12B, on our last regular or study session agenda. Is there any discussion? Councilor Yarbrough.
So, I have a question. I guess I'm just wondering why, because this was for an annexation. So it wasn't necessarily approving the concept plan as that goes
No,
to
I know.
planning and development.
I know. I didn't want it to get too far into that without having a little bit more information about it.
So are you looking then to reconsider the annexation? Is that what we're going to be voting on? I want to be clear on what I'm voting on.
I guess for now that it would have to be.
We voted on the statutory
Yes.
requirements of the annexation. We did not vote on the annexation.
Okay.
It was only a referral
A referral.
to be
I
So
just-
are we looking then to reconsider
the vote.
the vote?
I was just going to get some clarification on it, so if there's any chance we can get some clarification on it, I can.
Okay.
So you voted on the referral. So then when we will have to bring it back
Anyways.
for the annexation, of which at that time we can answer the questions, because this just started the process on it, as I believe.
I just didn't want it to get too far in
Yeah.
without making sure that we talked a little bit about, the how much the developer was considering. We saw the unit numbers, and that concerned me.
Okay. What I can say now is generally the ordinance requirement is 12%, and that individuals have the ability through the ordinance to either build the 12%, they can choose fee in lieu, and there's other options. I think typically that starts getting more refined the deeper in the process they get, because this is still at that concept plan level.
I can withdraw it. I just wanted to make sure that they didn't spend get too far into it and spend too much money with, planners and everybody to make this thing happen. If this is the better time to do it, then I'd prefer to talk about it in a week or so.
I think that's council's prerogative, but it will be coming back for
that very
formal
purpose.
action on the annexation.
Okay. Councilor Martin.
Yes, I mean, we might be able to clear up, I got a couple of questions too, and it was not about density, but rather, or affordability, but it was about who owned the land. And I think a council member stated that it was county land, and it is not. It is privately owned land in the planning area. So it doesn't have the impediments that have been discussed in other potential annexations. But no, it's it's undeveloped land, and that's an important distinction. So I'm glad we have this opportunity to get that information out. But it is privately owned land that's been in the Longmont planning area for a long time.
Okay. Okay. No one else is in the queue for discussion. Let's vote.
Did he withdraw?
Did you withdraw it?
I can withdraw it just if it makes it cleaner.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion has been withdrawn. Thank you. And now we're back to the city manager's report.
And we will pass on the question, so they are prepared to answer it when he comes back.
I'm sorry, we have one more person in the queue, Councilor Christ.
So last session, the transportation folks did a really good job of coming forward with parking changes as part of the recommendations they got from the ROOT group that had done an assessment for the city. And so as part of that ROOT assessment, they also talked and had some suggestions regarding inclusionary housing. And I move that we bring to a study session our inclusionary housing ordinance side by side with the suggestions from the ROOT report and identify places where we could increase inclusionary housing. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilor Christ, seconded by Councilor McCoy, that we do a comparative analysis with our inclusionary zoning ordinance and the ROOT analysis at a future agenda. Seeing no one in the queue, Councilor Martin.
Sorry to be a pain. I'm not quite sure I know what this means. Or are you looking for parcels that now that we have lower parking requirements would be available for development of affordable housing, or what's the intent of your motion? Because I don't understand what we would talk about.
I'm sorry to confuse the two. I just mentioned that ROOT came forward with some really good suggestions about parking, which our transportation group turned into a very nice ordinance that was helpful. And at the same time of their assessment, they talked about some inclusionary suggestions, inclusionary housing suggestions that I would also like to put side by side with our existing ordinance at a study session, and then perhaps bring that forward as a change to our ordinance for inclusionary housing to address some of the issues we're having in terms of achieving inclusionary housing 12% rates in our new developments.
Is that clear to council and to staff? Councilor Martin?
Yes, but I have a concern that didn't we just do that because we had a long discussion about adjusting the fee in lieu compensation to balance the ordinance so that people, developers would have equal choices of what their different options are for satisfying the requirement. So it seems like we don't have enough experience with the new levels of fee in lieu to be revising it again yet. We usually spend at least a year.
Well, let's vote and see where council stands on it. And that passes 4-3 with Councilors Yarbrough, Martin, and Rodriguez in opposition. Okay, City Manager, you have the floor.
As I was saying, tonight's city manager report will be the students representing Longmont as part of our Sister Cities program. So I'm just going to turn it over to them and let them go.
Thank you. Welcome, Courtney Michelle.
Good evening, Longmont City Council, Mayor Peck, council members. My name is Courtney Michelle. I'm a resident of Longmont and the president of Longmont Sister Cities. Tonight, we would like to present to you the ambassadors and chaperones who will be going to our 3 sister cities, Chino, Japan, Ciudad Guzman, Mexico, and to visit the Northern Arapaho of the Wind River Reservation in Wyoming. I would like to thank you for your continued support for our program, and at this time, I'd like to call the Japan group up. First, I'll have the chaperones introduce themselves and each ambassador, and we need to do it at this, so it's being recorded. Okay, Daniel.
こんばんは。私はダニエルです。ありがとうございます。I'm Daniel, the chaperone for the Japan trip.
私は Lauraです。ありがとうございます。Hi, my name is Laura. Thank you very much.
私はタリアです。ありがとうございます。Hi, I'm Talia. Thank you so much.
私はアンジェリーです。よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。Hi, my name is Angeli, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
私は Aiden です。ありがとうございます。Hello, I'm Aiden. Thank you for the opportunity.
私の Landon です。どうぞよろしく。My name is Landon, and it's nice to meet you.
私は Sean です。ありがとうございます。My name is Sean. Thank you very much.
私は Shikita Desu, and I don't know the other stuff they said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. Now I'd like to call it Mexico. Okay.
Hola, me llamo Bridget. Gracias. Hi, I'm Bridget. Thank you.
Hola, me llamo Katie. Muchas gracias. My name is Katie. Thank you a lot.
Hola, me llamo Willow. My name is Willow. Thank you so much.
Hola, me llamo Nayeli. Y muchas gracias. Hi, my name is Nayeli, and thank you very much.
Hola, me llamo Alifonsa. Hi, my name is Alifonsa. Thank you.
Hola, me llamo Haley. Muchas gracias. My name is Haley. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry.
Hola, buenas noches. Me llamo Paloma. Hi, my name is Paloma Delgado.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Tess. Soy uno de los acompañantes de México. Gracias por esta oportunidad. So I'm Tess. I'm one of the chaperones for the trip, and I just wanted to thank you all for sponsoring us and supporting this program.
All right, and now we'll call up those going to the Wind River Reservation to visit the Northern Arapaho.
Dos Nanana Hernan. Ahoa. Hello, my name is Hernan. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Dos Nanana Avery. I'm Avery, thanks. Dos Nanana Winslow. Haho. Hi, my name's Winslow. Thank you very much.
Dos Nanana Sam. Haho. Hi, my name is Sam. Thank you very much.
Dos Nanana Kendall. Haho. Hi, my name's Kendall. Thank you very much.
Dos Nanana Lucy. Haho. Hi, my name is Lucy. Thank you very much.
Dos Nanana Erica Haho. Hi, I'm Erica, chaperone. Thank you very much.
Dos Nanana Stephen Haho. Hello, my name is Stephen. Thank you very much.
All right, those are our 3 groups going this summer. And again, thank you very much for the support. Would you like any pictures? I don't know if we have time for that.
Yes, of course, we can take a picture.
Okay, all right, everybody come now behind here. Everybody behind here. All right.
All right, 2 rows, please. You know the drill. Tall people in the back. All right, look at me. Ready? 1, 2, 3, and 1 more. Great, and now, now all of them. Proud parents and. Thank you. Thank you. I have.
Thank you. All right. Very welcome. We'll meet out in the hall.
So before we have the presentation for Longmont Public Media, I'm going to augment the agenda just a bit. I want to let the residents know that we have a big fat check. Congressman Nagoose was here last week for a small presentation to give a $1 million grant to our microtransit project. And we need a big thank you to Phil Greenwald, who wrote the grant for this $1 million. So we will be having that microtransit this summer. The RFP is to go out sometime this week.
Maybe out.
It may be out. I don't know. It had been planned on. So I'm very proud of our city that we are constantly working to improve the transportation, the housing for our residents, and this is a huge check. So, thank you. So now our next presentation is Longmont Public Media. Yes, it is. Mhm. And welcome, Sergio.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Sergio Angelis, I'm the Executive Director and co-founder of Longmont Public Media, and I'm here tonight to give you 2 updates instead of 1. So we'll be talking about Q4 2023 and Q1 2024. So similar to the past presentations, we'll go over data updates, and then new this time will be a little part about looking forward. So why don't we talk about some data? To start off with, let's talk about memberships. So in 2023, we ended the year with 365 free members and 139 paying memberships. So paying memberships grew by 41% from 2022 to 2023. So far at the end of Q1 2024, we have 412 free memberships and 158 paying memberships. So we're continuing to see that increase. All that membership, increase in membership from 2023 led us to generate membership revenue of a little over $34,000, which is a 44% increase from 2022 to 2023. So far in 2024, we've generated just a little over $10,000 of membership revenue, and we're continuing to see that trend ticking upward. In terms of space usage, so this is all the reservable spaces that we have at Longmont Public Media that can be reserved. So at the end of 2023, we had a little over 2,700 hours reserved across all of our studios. So far in 2024, we have about a little under 1,060 hours. So again, ticking upward, trending upward, which is what we want to see. Total hours watched in 2023 across all of Longmont Public Media platforms, so YouTube, Facebook, Vimeo, Roku, and website, and not including Comcast because they still don't provide us data, is about 6,742 hours watched. Q1 of 2024, we did see a little bit of a downward trend with just a little bit under 1,100 hours watched across the platform. In total of all time, we've had just a little under 35,000 hours watched, content watched across all of our platforms. Now in terms of the most popular videos or shows from Q4, most popular was the Soundpost sessions. That was Alexa Wildish and Humbird. I think I mentioned this last presentation, but Alexa Wildish was a candidate on The Voice, and she's a local resident. So we did see an upward trend of people watching that video because of who it was. Followed by Roland's Pass. This was a video that was created by the Senior Video Club. And then Longmont Lights Parade is always a more popular video for those that can't come in person to watch. The most liked videos, very similar to the most watched. Nothing new here. In terms of the most disliked, we did have one video. This was member-generated content talking about prison revenge stories. Not too many dislikes, but it was the only disliked video from Q4 of 2023. In terms of most popular videos and shows from Q1, we did start a new series called What the Hell Is This? I don't know if you guys have seen it, but if you haven't, I would recommend it. It started because we walked outside the Carnegie Library building, found this millstone, and we said, what the hell is this? Turns out there's a lot of history behind it. And nobody knew. So we made a short 2 to 3 minute video. And it became really popular. So we made a second one. Now we're working on a third one. And Arts in Public Places have also kind of enjoyed these little videos. So we're working to partner with them to generate more content like that. We also were part of Winter Walkabout in February. So we have a bunch of other videos that we recorded from that day as well. Most liked videos, again, very similar to the most watched. I won't go through the list again, but very similar. And then most disliked, we had none. So no one disliked any of the videos that we uploaded. So thumbs up. We always like to see that. This is not the full list, but a lot of the new shows that were produced and or broadcast at Longmont Public Media. So again, getting community input and trying to have a wide diversity of content that is both created and broadcast and streamed. Some other viewership metrics. We had total users and viewers of 32,697 in Q4 of 2023. Total impressions of 545,000. The average percentage of a video in LPM watches per view is almost 12%, and the average view duration was 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Compare that to Q1 of this year, just a little over 38,200 total users and viewers, 223,000 total impressions, 10.9% being the average percentage that a video is watched, and 2 minutes and 8 seconds was the average view duration. So now let's talk about some of the updates. So in Q4, we spent a lot of time, as some of you may know, working on content for the 2023 council election. So that took up a lot of staff time and volunteer time working on all the statement videos, all the interviews, and then all 4 debates that we put on, as well as putting those same debates in Spanish. So a lot of resources went into that. We also worked with the city to update and install new streaming equipment in the city video closet, which is right behind us, behind you guys. There have been some kinks in the process, and we're working to address those and create a variety of other fail-safe mechanisms so that we always have a backup, or if some other issue happens, we have a solution for that. We've also started to follow national efforts to fund public access stations. So in the Northeast, what's been happening is some state legislative bills have been introduced to tax streaming services like Netflix or Hulu. That tax revenue would then go into a fund that then gets distributed amongst all the public access stations in that state. So far, none of them have passed, but we are seeing a growing trend of bills in that way. And that might be something that we look at in Colorado. Nothing yet has been created in Colorado, a bill of that kind. But again, it might be something that maybe we do want to do. We've also improved and continue to improve ADA accessibility on our website. We want to make sure that it's accessible for everybody to attend, to watch content, and so forth. Recently, we did partner with KGNU. So every Tuesday they have a cabaret show. So they bring in a band to their studio and perform live on radio. So we partner with them to record and live stream those to increase their audience as well as ours. So far we've done 2, but we're looking to do more throughout the year. We also started working with Boulder County Workforce again to host internships. We currently have 1 intern right now who wanted real world experience to edit videos. So she's going to be with us for a couple more months. We also started working with the Crossroads School, so a local school here in Longmont, to offer internships as well. So we do have a freshman in high school interning with us to learn more about video production and music production, and that student will be getting credit for school, which is great. We also started working, you might see a trend here with more schools, started working with Boulder Prep. So Boulder Prep out in Gun Barrel actually became a corporate member and brought in about 10 students for a live streaming workshop last month to learn about how live streams work, how they get produced, and so forth. So we're continuing that relationship and hope to have more students come in from that school and attend different classes and workshops. So with all that, we started identifying to see if we can create a job training program. Most of what we've been doing so far is just internships, unpaid, but we'd really like to convert that into an actual job training program to be able to teach kids, students, what the workforce is like, be able to pay them at least minimum wage to start and get them some real world experience. So we're starting to look at that in the future. Additionally, Longmont Public Media was a sponsor at Boulder International Film Festival. That happened end of February, early March. We did have a booth outside the museum. We also had an opportunity to introduce films and talk about Longmont Public Media to different people. We did talk to SCFD about funding, and we got to understand what the application process is like. So the application is due September of this year. And should we, let's say, get accepted, we'd have to apply the next year to actually get grant funds. So it's a multi-year process, and that's assuming that they accept us into that program. I also participated in a panel discussion on artificial intelligence with the AAUW. This was more just to educate the public about what AI is, what you can use it for, how we're using it at LPM, in more of an educational setting. We did hold another LPM Shorts Forum, so this is our quarterly film festival. Our LPM Shorts Forum did get sponsored by the Boulder County Film Commission, and it has become more popular and gained notoriety for a place for local filmmakers to display and show their films. And lastly, we did start hosting open houses, so we've done 2 so far to draw more people and get more awareness. They've been really popular so far. We're looking right now to do every other month, but we might increase that. So now let's kind of look ahead to this year. So we do have some goals that we're trying to reach this year. More importantly, we want to get up to 215 paying members by the end of this year. And we hope that with those new paying members, we're able to increase revenue by 30%. We also want to increase additional revenue streams to account for decline in PEG revenue, which I'll get to in the next slide. We also want to minimize equipment churn. So as we're losing PEG revenue, we're having to be a little bit more choosy about what equipment we purchase and the longevity of that equipment. With an election year coming up, or we are in an election year, we do want to serve a more important role in information. What we've seen just with data in the past is that people do come to Longmont Public Media to watch candidate videos, debates, that sort of thing, election information. So we want to continue to be, the main go-to source for that. And lastly, as you know, we really started Longmont Public Media in 2020. We've been a scrappy startup since then, and it's time to mature. So we are aiming to move more into the growth stage of the startup life cycle this year. So talking about PEG, what you see here on the screen is the amount of PEG revenue, so that's capital expenditure funds that we've been receiving from the city since we started. In 2020, it was about $94,000. 2023, we ended with about $68,000. So we're budgeting for about $50,000 this year, just based on how much of a decrease we're seeing every quarter. Based on that, we're estimating maybe about 7,000 customers have Comcast still in Longmont. And of course, since the majority of, or all the money that we get comes from that, we are keeping an eye on that. So which leads me to my last slide. So as you know, this is a 2-year contract. So the 2 years started yesterday, and our public access contract is up for renewal later this year. So I'll be here throughout, every other quarter or every quarter, and then probably again in September to talk about budget and contract renewal for next year. Currently, we're set at 50% of franchise fees, with the remaining 50% going to the general fund. So we do plan to ask for 100%, but what we wanted to ask council is what would it take for you all to increase our contract percentage share this year? And on that note, any questions?
Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Sergio. I really do appreciate everything you're doing. I serve as a voting member on that as a council liaison. And I do have a question, if you could maybe expand so that people would understand the value here. So how does LPM involve volunteers and community members in the creation and dissemination of content, and what opportunities are available for individuals to get involved?
Sure. Yeah, Councilmember McCoy. Yeah, great question. Everything we do is community-based, volunteer-based. Obviously, as a nonprofit, we wouldn't exist without volunteers. But we try to get everyone involved, whoever wants to be involved in the creation of content, whether that's coming up with ideas or coming into the studio to help produce or edit any type of content. Anyone is welcome. We try to promote, all those opportunities as best as we can. Yeah.
And then one other question is, how does LPM collaborate with local businesses and organizations to support economic development and community growth through media initiatives?
Sure. So, yeah, anyone, including businesses, can become a member. Obviously, starting a business or running a business, right, you need sales and you need marketing. So Longmont Public Media helps with the marketing component of that. So anyone, any business can come in, learn about how to make TikToks, Instagram videos, any other types of videos they're looking for their business, which ultimately should lead to more revenue and increase, hopefully jobs in Longmont.
Councillor Martin?
Yes, I would also like maybe a little bit of more clarification about who may use the Longmont Public Media Facility free of charge and what benefits come with paying memberships, and also about the educational aspect to membership.
Sure. Yeah. So, Councilmember Morton. So, I think there are 3 questions in there. First one. So, who can sign up for a free membership? So, any resident of Longmont can sign up for a free membership. So, anyone within Longmont can come in, use the facility for free as a walk-in basis. Anyone outside of Longmont can sign up to become a paying member and take advantage of the facility. So that was question 1. Can you remind me the other 2?
What are the benefits of the different paying memberships, and a little bit more about the educational facility, which I think was mentioned, but we don't really, no one has said how we participate in educating the community.
Sure. Yeah. So the benefits of a paid membership really become 24/7 access. So anyone can come in, use a facility whenever they want. But more importantly, it's renting equipment. So we've seen a lot of people rent out some high-end cameras that we're able to purchase for their own projects. And then depending on the membership level, they either have to pay 50% or it's completely free equipment rentals. If you're a corporate member, you can also advertise your business, and we broadcast, those ads on LPM public access channels. In terms of what LPM does or the educational opportunities, I mean, we teach the community how to use media, whether that's with a phone, whether it's through a film camera, how to edit videos, how to leverage social media. Right now, we're focusing a little bit more on AI. How can you use AI for different types of media? And that's something that's become more popular. Yeah, we teach a variety of different things there at Longmont Public Media.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Yarbrough.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I just have a quick question about the youth, your training program. What does that look like in the future? What is your vision with that? And I appreciate that because I'm sending the youth from Longmont High for you to. He's going to be using video for Juneteenth, and I want the youth to be involved in our projects and stuff. So what does that training program will do for that student? I mean, will they be able to put it on a college application? I guess I just kind of want to know what's your vision with that. How many students are you looking at a year? Yeah, if you can give just a little bit more about that.
Sure. Yeah, Councilmember Yarbrough. We're a little early in the planning process. I was able to speak with the executive director at DAVA, so that's the Downtown Arvada Visual Arts, and they have a job training program around mostly within art from middle school all the way up to high school, where they treat students as employees. So it's really about here's a project that you need to do. You get paid for that project, and then they're able to use that as really work experience. So based on that, that's what I was leaning towards, structuring a job program in that way, since we do mostly now work with high school students. I think I'd like to have at least maybe 12 a year, if not more, so that we're able to, pay them for their time, treat it as an actual job, so that they get experience being in the workforce. I recently was part of the minimum wage discussion, and I think one of the challenges that we'll be facing is should minimum wage increase, it might get rid of opportunities for those brand new entering the workforce. And I think we'll need to have programs that allow and support those entering the workforce.
Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Well, I talked to my daughter, who is a budding filmmaker and a recent graduate with media communications and journalism from Metropolitan State, and she came through and looked at all the equipment you had, and she was so impressed because she had been using equipment from Fort Collins, and you guys are just literally a cut above. And so folks that are out there doing that, and her little business is really excited to get started working with you.
That's great to hear. Thank you. Yeah.
Seeing no one else in the queue, thank you so much for this presentation and report.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
We are now at the first call public invited to be heard. Remember that we do need your name and address. The first one on the list is Jamie Samo.
Jamie Sino, 517 Independence Drive. First off, I want to state for the record that the minutes from the March 26th City Council meeting are wrong. I did not say in my comments during the meeting that I supported holding this year's fireworks event at Dickens Farm Nature Area and Open Space. I do not support fireworks being held at the Fire Training Center, and I do not support a festival being held either at Dickens Farm Nature Area and Open Space or on Martin Street, which is adjacent to Dickens Farm Nature Area and Open Space. The sheer volume of an estimated 8,000 to 10,000 spectators will overwhelm and trample Dickens Farm, which will be the best place to view the fireworks from if launched from the Fire Training Center. 3 park rangers and some fencing will not be able to keep people from accessing this area, which is designated for passive recreation only and is supposed to be closed 1 hour after sunset per city code. During the March 26th meeting, one of the options presented to council was to hold fireworks at the Fire Training Center and additional festivities, quote unquote, closer to downtown. However, this option is no longer listed in tonight's packet. Councilor McCoy expressed his support of that option. Where did that option go? Instead, the packet now states one of the benefits of holding the event on Martin Street is its proximity to downtown. Why are the 3 options provided focused exclusively on Martin Street? Boulder County holds the conservation easement for Dickens Farm Nature Area and Open Space. Has the city sought their approval for potentially thousands of spectators bypassing fences and congregating on this protected area? If this event proceeds and damage to the habitat occurs, might the county cite Longmont for violating this agreement? How much will it cost to make repairs? The suggestion to hold the fireworks display at Vance Brand Airport has been dismissed because fireworks aren't considered an aeronautical activity. At the March 26th City Council meeting, Councilor Martin asked if drones were not considered an aeronautical activity. The city manager said he would ask that question when he met with the FAA the next day. Was this question asked? What was FAA's response to the drone display? Why hasn't the idea of having the event in a community park like Dry Creek been thoroughly explored? Dry Creek is 81 acres with 3 schools in the vicinity and plenty of parking surrounding it. City staff have stated that it is too dry for fireworks. Part of Dickens Farm is also in the fallout zone for fireworks at the Fire Training Center, and it is also dry in the summer, excluding the part of the area right next to the St. Vrain. That's why so many of the trees that were planted there in the last few years died, because they weren't watered. Community parks have sprinkler systems to maintain their turf. Another argument against community parks is not wanting to have fireworks around neighborhoods. There is nowhere in Longmont you don't have a neighborhood, unless we're restricting the idea of a neighborhood to just referring to single-family homes and ignoring apartment complexes like the Cannery, which is just down the street from the Fire Training Center. It's clear that the city never seriously considered any other options for holding this event, and so it was disingenuous to say that they would look into other places to hold it. Because council must make a decision tonight, I recommend the event be held 1 more year at Fox Hill to give the city time to come up with a better plan for 2025. If this event is held on Martin Street this year, I can tell you right now from past experience that the city will come up with an excuse to hold this event in perpetuity on Martin Street rather than this just being a stopgap measure. Thank you.
Daryl Payne. Are you Daryl Payne?
Daryl.
Daryl?
B. Payne.
You look an awful lot like Lance Whitaker.
I'll explain in a minute. Daryl B. Payne, 1750 Collier Street, Longmont, Colorado. I've been resident for 40 years. Today is National Unicorn Day, It is also National Library Workers Day. Give them all a shout out. Today is also Winston Churchill Day. Ensure Work Zones are Safe Day, so give them that break. Cherish an Antique Day, so give me a break. Chinese Almond Cookie Day. Former POW Day, so never be forgotten. They will never be forgotten. And Name Yourself Day. So that's why I am Daryl today. The day after eclipse, I would like to remind people the wind does not blow, the earth spins, the moon's got weight, the sun shines, and life is chaotic. And because of these greater forces, we can measure with our human instruments the different pulls and pushes and lifts, and with our instruments we can determine whether or not winds are going one direction or another. Depending on your interpretation, the wind may or may not be blowing. You have a nice day.
Thank you, Daryl. Sherry Malloy.
Sherry Malloy, 1632 Sherman Way. Launching fireworks on Martin is wrong because thousands of people will cause unintentional harm at Dickens Nature Area. The city has a commitment to residents who tax ourselves because we value protection of our open space lands. City ordinances say nature areas should not be used for special events, allow only low-impact passive recreation, and close after sunset. Since you must decide tonight, the whole event should be at Fox Hill one more year and give staff in Kiwanis a full year to explore better options. I've invested a lot of time into this and want to set the record straight on 8 things. My only agenda is protecting open space. Truths about Fox Hill. The Kiwanis moved from the fairgrounds to Fox Hill in 2021. They made it a festival with a beer garden, food trucks, and carnival games. This year, the Kiwanis told the city were told by the city that would be taking over the event, with the Kiwanis funding fireworks. The Kiwanis don't care where it is. They just want great fireworks and a beer garden to raise money for this and other good projects they support. The Kiwanis and Fox Hill both liked it there. Yesterday I learned the club is available and, I quote, can host this good, fun family event. About claims Fox Hill has new development and fireworks shouldn't impact neighborhoods. There is no place within city limits that doesn't have new development where neighborhoods wouldn't be impacted. Truths about fairgrounds. This is number 4. For decades, Longmont has a historic fairgrounds date for July 4th. That date was forfeited in 2021 when a city official called to inquire about moving the event that year. Rebecca with Boulder County made it very clear that if the event was given up, we would lose this historic date. She was told someone would get back to her. When that didn't happen, we lost the date. Number 5, another truth. Our city manager, mayor, and Kiwanis have all said they don't want to return to the fairgrounds, so that's off the table. Truths about the airport. Number 6, the FAA's policy defines aeronautical activity to include unmanned aircraft systems. That's drones. On March 26, Councilperson Martin asked the city manager to ask if drones were aeronautical activity when he met with the FAA. Not only are drones an appropriate use, by definition, they also promote civil aviation, which is another FAA criteria for approving events. Truths about Dry Creek Community Park. Number 7. Your packet eliminated Dry Creek Community Park, saying it will be under construction and has a lot of dry vegetation. The playground is the only area that will be under construction. That half acre could easily be fenced off, leaving 80+ acres. Fencing this small section is much better than fencing off large areas at Dickens. The dry vegetation concern is real. The city could partner with the school district and launch from Altona Middle School with very well-watered, groomed turf. We all pay hefty taxes for both city and district properties, so all should be considered. Truth about options. Number 8. You have more than the 3 poor options listed in your packet. Fox Hill is the best location for one more year. Thank you.
Kim Edmondson.
I'm Kit Edmondson on Bittersweet Lane, as you know, and I'm always here to speak about those pesky meters, and I'm here to speak about them again. They went and installed them in my neighborhood, not on my house, but it doesn't matter. I knew it wouldn't matter because the electromagnetic mesh that is now emitting throughout our whole neighborhood. It is to the point now, I used to be able to do a little bit of texting on my phone. I can't even touch my phone without my hands burning. Thank you for caring so much about those of us who are affected by this technology. We are the canaries in the coal mine telling you this stuff is dangerous. I sent an email to Arthur Furstenberg. He wrote the book, The Invisible Rainbow. It's all about this. He's been fighting this and speaking out about this for 40 years now. And I said, Arthur, what can I do more? I gave him my phone number. He called me. We had a nice little talk, and I said, you know, in my core, I feel like we're running out of time to stop this freight train. What can I do? Because I'm feeling it, and it's not good. And he says, well, how much time do you think we have? I said, well, some of the people I follow say humanity has 50 years before they go extinct if we continue on the trajectory with all the stuff in our water, our food, and everything else. And I said, well, what says you, Arthur? He's like, we got 5 years, Kim. It's what he's predicting for humanity. And I'm thinking, I didn't pick his brain on that. I was just like, wow, that's pretty profound. And I'm guessing once the pollinators disappear, our food will disappear, and we won't be far behind. And we're cutting down forests. Actually, Joe Nagoose, who wrote you that fat check that we're all paying for with inflation, that $1 million check, we're all paying for that, you know, because it's grant money. I'm going to bring that up again. He proposed a bill to put cell towers in all of our national parks and forests. So now I will have nowhere to escape, to recharge, to regenerate my body, because now the whole planet is going to be blanketed in this crap. And God, I hope you would learn something like, what was with Xcel Energy cutting the power down in Boulder? I know we're not Xcel Energy here. I understand that. But I got to wonder if they were being precautionary because they were concerned about meters catching fire and burning down Boulder too. Not that that was a thing driving Marshall Fire. From my understanding, that wasn't a factor at all. But the potential is there. And you've just increased Longmont's fire hazard potential tenfold by putting these meters throughout our entire community. And then all these people were losing money and food. There's a butcher in Boulder who lost his everything in his shop because he had no refrigeration while they shut down. There was a food bank in Louisville that lost a bunch of $2,000 worth of food out of their cooler. And you want to put in all this new zoning where people can't have natural gas. Well, up in Idaho, where we looked at houses this last summer, unfortunately, we're not there yet, but we're talking to a contractor who builds homes and sells real estate. A lot of people run natural gas to back up generators, so when the power goes out, they can still not lose their refrigerator and their freezers and all of that. And by not allowing natural gas to be piped into these new neighborhoods, you're doing a big disservice to people for them to be able to look out for themselves and run a backup generator for their oxygen and et cetera.
Thank you, Kim. Doe Kelly.
Good evening, you guys. I'm Doe Kelly from Barberry Drive here in Longmont. The last time we had an open forum meeting, the very last person to speak at the meeting was Vicki Kirsch. And on St. Patrick's Day, Vicki Kirsch unexpectedly passed away. Vicki had written about her smart meter fire experience, and so I thought it was a fitting tribute to read what she wrote about what happened to her on her house when the smart meter caught on fire. Vicki, by the way, was a beloved Waldorf teacher, and she was a long-standing member of this greater Longmont Boulder community. So this is my smart meter story by Vicki. In 2017, I lived on a farm north of Boulder near Highway 36. Poudre Valley Rural Electric Company put a smart meter on the houses in the neighborhood without notifying us. One day I went into my side yard, orchard, and playground for my class, and there the new meter was. It flashed frequently. It took a couple of days to notice that they had put one on an electric line right outside my chicken yard. The two meters were relaying their messages very frequently. I didn't like that idea, but wasn't sure what to do about it. In about January of 2018, I was in my studio with the group of students I was teaching when there was a knock at the door. Two Poudre Valley linemen had come to tell me that my smart meter had caught on fire and that we needed to evacuate, which we did. Since it was so cold, it did not burn the house down. If it was warmer, it definitely would have, because we had an overhang as wide as the sidewalk, which was right next to the house, and the meter was not that far from the overhang. Our power was only partially on for 3 days of that cold spell, but with propane stoves in our well house, studio, and outbuildings, we were okay. When the lineman came to put the smart meter back up, I said, no, thank you. They wanted to know why. They thought that it was okay since the meter notified them that it was on fire. I said, no, had it been warmer, it would have burned the house down. Also, by then, I had researched the meters and found that they emit high levels of electromagnetic frequency, and I did not want that near where my students and chickens played. In Europe, they do not allow Wi-Fi in classrooms because of the damage that it can do to students. Vicki became quite well educated and active on the subject of smart meters, and you probably all have had posts from her in your inboxes. Rest in peace, Vicki Kirsch. You have left this world, but your voice of common sense continues to reverberate. We miss you.
Thank you, Doe. Gary Hodges.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Gary Hodges, 2148 Stewart Street. This is a conclusion to my 7 series talks I've given on so-called renewable energy. So wind and solar energy sources are neither green nor renewable. That's because of the inescapable truths of mineral extraction. This is incontrovertible. It's easy to determine and find out for yourself. Does this really matter? Well, and in a hold my beer and watch 2 decades plus moment, upwards of $10 trillion has been spent worldwide attempting to supplant electricity produced by hydrocarbon combustion with that from wind and solar. So even with that spending tsunami, today wind and solar accounts for only about 4% of global primary energy consumed, while during that same time frame, at the bare minimum, it's 3 Saudi Arabia equivalents of hydrocarbon has been added to the global energy supply. I actually calculated it. I came up with 13. So there is no energy transition. It's simply not true, but there is instead an obscene misallocation of capital. So what does this mean for Longmont? Well, we know at the August council meeting last year, our very own Mayor Peck said, it's the council direction and it is expensive. So what does this expensive direction buy us? So if in some science fiction alternate reality, we could get Longmont to go to absolutely zero CO2 output, it would reduce global CO2 emissions by about 43 ten-thousandths of a percent. So to put that into perspective, more of us can understand, it's about 3 drops of water in a bucket. If we continue down this spending path, it will easily increase our electric bills by 200%. That's conservative. We've seen that everywhere wind and solar has been added to the systems. And so if we look at my electric bill and use the median income of the city of Longmont that I looked up, that's about 1.8% of someone's annual salary is that increase. So 1.8% versus a gain of 43 ten-thousandth of a percent. So the truth is we all want plentiful energy while minimizing negative impacts, but there will always be trade-offs. Longmont's goal of achieving 100% renewable energy was conceived with noble intentions, but now it is only selling false hope to the public. Sadly, it will make living in our great city more expensive without altering the trajectory of global warming at all. Our focus should instead be on issues we actually have some influence over. To this end, we would be wise to abandon the unattainable goal of 100% renewable energy by 2030 and replace it instead with one focus on minimizing electricity costs while also being good stewards of our local environment. So that's the conclusion. If any of you, Longmont cannot solve the world's problems. So that's the conclusion to this. If any of you would like to talk about this at length, I'd be happy to. It's truth, it's reality, and we need to base our governance on truth and reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Aaron Angel.
Hi, I'm Erin Angel. I live at 1304 South Terry Street in Longmont. I hate talking in front of people, and so wish I would have sent an email instead, but I wanted to look you in the eye. We're planning fireworks at Dickens Park, and that's what I want to talk about. We could do a lot here in the city to help the environment and to help maintain habitat and increase habitat for plants and animals. The bare minimum we can do is not do destructive things like have a fireworks show right by the nature area. People will be in the nature area. I'm sure my kid would be in the nature area, just trampling over everything. I'm positive of it. We're not gonna, you wouldn't be able to stop that if we had fireworks right there. Fireworks aren't an emergency. They're not a reason why you should endanger our nature area. They're just an event. They're a fun event. I understand that having a fireworks show mitigates the other little fireworks shows that people have, but it only kind of does, because people still want to make things boom themselves. And I think that that's kind of a pipe dream. I think you should go with Fox Hill, if you go at all, or the fairgrounds. Don't go to the nature area. That's what we voted on. That's our nature area. It's my nature area. It's your nature area. But more than that, it's the plants and animals that live there. It's their only area with the pressures surrounding them due to development. Thanks. Stop it, please.
Thank you, Erin. Giselle Hersfeld.
Hi. Good evening, members of the Longmont City Council. My name is Giselle Hersfeld, and I am a four-year resident of Longmont. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I want to begin by thanking and commending the members of council who have had the courage and openness to meet with members of the community to discuss a ceasefire resolution. Your time is precious and valuable, and it means so much that you took the time to speak with us. I hope we can continue the conversation. Today, April 9th, marks a very tragic anniversary. On this day, 75 years ago, over 100 Palestinian villagers, many of whom were women and children, were killed by Zionist paramilitaries in what is now known as the Deir Yassin massacre. This massacre is marked as one of the key events of the Nakba, the 1948 period of mass murder and forced expulsion of at least 750,000 Palestinians from their homes that led to the founding of the State of Israel. Contrary to what many would have you believe, the history of the present conflict did not start on October 7th, but is rooted in a long history of violent oppression and displacement of the Palestinian people. This violent oppression and mass displacement has been an ongoing project of the Israeli state that has been continuously upheld, funded, and militarily bolstered by the United States. Thus, it is the moral imperative of the people in this country to stand for an end to the ongoing atrocities and call for peace. And a growing number of people are heeding this call. In fact, as of March 21st, at least 100 American cities around the U.S. have passed resolutions or proclamations calling for a ceasefire. I can follow up with the citation. And I'm sure many more cities will follow. All across history, taking the correct moral stand on controversial issues has almost never been easy, convenient, or comfortable. In fact, taking a controversial stand on a societal issue of this magnitude has too often landed people in jail or worse. People in Germany risked or sacrificed their lives defending the Jewish people from the Holocaust. During the time of slavery in the U.S., people risked or sacrificed their lives to help slaves escape to their freedom. I am certain that history will one day look upon the atrocities being committed in Gaza through a similar lens. And frankly, the stakes for elected officials here are not so high. You may get some angry emails, maybe some angry phone calls, perhaps even an angry public comment or two. But is that really enough to dissuade you from using your platform as an elected official in the United States to stop one of the greatest humanitarian tragedies of our time? It may feel difficult now, but years from now, I am certain that Longmont would be proud to say that this city stood on the right side of history. Thank you so much for hearing me today.
Thank you, Giselle. Jacob Lost.
Jacob Loss, 716 1/2 Main Street. 1.7 million. That is how many people are currently in Rafah, where they were told to go by the Israeli invasion forces at the beginning of the war. That is the population of Denver, Arapahoe, and Boulder counties combined. Although the recent withdrawal of Israeli troops from southern Gaza may seem like a reprieve from the death and destruction the Palestinians have suffered, we must remember that this withdrawal is a stepping stone to a new phase of the invasion. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has made clear that this withdrawal is in preparation for a full-scale invasion of Rafah, a full-scale invasion of a civilian population of 1.7 million people, with nowhere else to go, nowhere to flee, nowhere to hide, nowhere to live, breathe, eat, or sleep. An invasion funded with taxpayer money, American taxpayer money, with bombs proudly emblazoned with the words, "Made in the USA." Over 2,000 car-sized bombs that can level city blocks are currently being sent to Israel. With that in mind, it seems prudent to remind everyone of the rhetoric the Israeli invasion political leaders use when referring to the people that they bomb. In the beginning of the war, Benjamin Netanyahu stated, "This is a struggle between the children of light, Israelis, and the children of darkness, Palestinians, between humanity and the law of the jungle." Pretty dehumanizing, is it not? Or what Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich stating that no such thing as a Palestinian people exist. 32,000 of those people are now dead. Or what Rabbi Eli Sedan, head of the B'nai David pre-military academy in the West Bank, stated that there will be no more Gazans in Gaza, a second reference to the Nakba that he wishes to entail onto the Palestinian people. And I would like to remind everyone that half of Gaza is children. About 52% of Gaza is children. Our money and our weapons are being used to wage an invasion of genocide and to further the political aims of the Israeli far right and Zionists, not to free hostages or secure peace, not to eliminate Hamas with which a bullet would not even achieve, just to maintain the current power structures within the Knesset, to suspend the corruption trials of Netanyahu, and to push funding to the Israeli far right. I have sources for all of this in my copy, which I gave to the clerk. The death and destruction will never end unless the United States stops sending weapons and money to Israel. If you want to save lives, adopt a resolution calling on the federal government to cease all military and economic support to the state of Israel. Nothing less will do.
Thank you, Jacob. Christy Yoder.
Good evening. Christy Yoder, 212 Pikes Peak Place. As a human rights scholar, I feel I need to speak up about the situation in Gaza. I recognize that this is a highly charged situation and emotions run high on both sides. My purpose here tonight is not to discuss the politics of the situation, but the humanitarian situation. It is a false dichotomy that you either support Israel or you support Hamas. I support neither. Instead, I am on the side of human rights. All people, whether Israeli or Palestinian, deserve to have their human rights respected. What Hamas did on October 7th should not be excused, and those that violated the human rights of Israelis should be held to account. The same holds true for the current humanitarian crisis in Gaza. As of yesterday, over 33,000 Palestinians have been killed and over 75,000 have been injured, over half of which are women and children. The majority of the population has been displaced repeatedly and faces imminent starvation. Already, children have died from malnutrition and starvation. Respiratory infections and diarrhea are on the rise due to the living conditions in Gaza, where a majority of residential housing has been destroyed. People are reportedly eating grass and drinking dirty water when it can be found to survive. Despite coordination of humanitarian agencies with the Israeli Defense Forces, convoys have been attacked by the IDF, and the amount of aid actually getting in is only a fraction of what is needed. Medical care is inadequate at best for those trying to survive in Gaza. The life of a Palestinian is no more or less important than the life of an Israeli. We must act now with a ceasefire to prevent the humanitarian catastrophe from getting any worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Ellie Yoder.
Ellie Yoder, 212 Pikes Peak Place. As an aspiring author and somebody always looking to expand my vocabulary in the hopes of crafting a better world for my readers, I find it truly disheartening and sickening that I cannot find any words to describe the situation in Gaza. I could easily sit here and paint you a picture of everything I've seen through highly filtered social medias. I can tell you about how I've seen journalists wearing bulletproof vests and helmets and still have to worry if they'll make it to the next day to report on what may be their own family in the rubble. I can show you the videos they take of children digging through the rubble looking for their parents, and parents looking under white sheets and hoping that the next one isn't their child. I could play you the heartbreaking and gut-wrenching audios of their grief and terror. I could take you to ask Gaza's children what their dreams are, and I could watch as they say they want to see their family one last time, that they want to live as they did before, not even in peace. I could drive you to one of the displacement camps and watch the families not even flinch from searching for food and water as they hear the airstrikes go off, because this hell has become their home. I could show you the terror on the faces that thought they were safe because they were an aid worker or hostage. I could do all that, but what use would it be? Whatever picture I could paint, what does it matter if it all be razed to the ground soon? Why let the last memory of Gaza be that of war? To try and make this an us versus them situation, to try and make it seem like one has to pick a side when it comes to Gaza, Palestine, Israel, detracts from the real issue. Hate only breeds hate. Hate only breeds violence. Letting that continue is not acceptable. So let people find their justice in the courts, not through hatred and violence and terror. Don't let the war crimes of bodies stack up. Don't let more terrorism attacks happen to Israel. Don't wait. Call for a ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Karen Dyke.
Karen Dyke, 708 Hayden Court, Longmont. Mayor and council members. Longmont has long been a leader in supporting the movement to a renewable energy future. The resolution for 100% renewable energy in Longmont encouraged all of the PRPA to have a similar resolution. A climate emergency resolution moved us into thinking about moving rapidly to respond to the looming crisis of climate changes in our warming world. We can be proud of this legacy, and how can we continue to be leaders? I wanted to make some comments about the presentation slated later tonight from Longmont Power. First, thank you for this study. I appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into it. I'm glad that the amount of rooftop solar that can be generated has been increased. As we move to all-electric homes, this will help homeowners cover future amounts of consumption. I'm concerned about the movement to wholesale rates from retail rates may go against the stated goal of increasing the amount of distributed energy resources. I was concerned. I saw that there was an estimate that $64,000 was not purchased from PRPA and therefore caused the city of loss in sales in that amount. Rather than consider a loss of sales, can we begin to think in terms of good for the planet by not polluting? This report doesn't seem to take into account that PRPA will likely spend $250 million on a new fossil fuel generation plant. PRPA and LPC talk about decreasing the need to build additional power generation by decentralizing with the virtual power plants supplied from community members. If residents don't install rooftop solar and don't allow the city to utilize power and EVs because it is cost prohibitive to install the necessary equipment, how will this ever be built? It takes many years to regain the money spent installing solar. Folks may not want to participate in this if the payout is even longer. I frequently hear how difficult it is to install solar in the community. I hope that this isn't an attempt to discourage rooftop solar. The main point I would like to stress tonight is the need to move rapidly away from fossil fuels. I know that getting there is scary and at times seems messy, but I urge the city to continue to be a leader and encourage residents to join in our fight against the coming climate chaos. Later is too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Strider Benston.
Thank you. Strider Benston, 951 17th Avenue. Yeah, there's a lot of complex stuff that's been up here tonight, and public forum is one way of
Looks like we have some dual
feedback
speakers on this. Yeah. Go ahead, let's see if it continues, Strider.
You know, public discussion is really crucial because different people have different sources of information. And, well, one thing, it sounds like Longmont Public Media is doing good stuff now, but no one has ever tried to explain to me why they destroyed 40 years of our history at city council meetings. And yeah, it couldn't have been inadvertent. There has to be some reason why they chose to do that. And why was there no city backup and no library backup? As far as I know, it's completely destroyed and erased. So anyway, as a teacher, which I've never been allowed to have a real job because I have a master's in philosophy and history and political science and humanities, so I've only been able to be a sub, and they pushed me out because I didn't sign a postcard one time that I didn't know about. And one of the things in my teaching, the nature of history, if you don't know where you're coming from, you don't know where you're going, and you don't know which way to turn because you don't know what that turn will put you into. That's why history is being abolished in a number of states in this country, like Florida is a perfect example. Many things like that. Arizona just passed a law from 1864, before it was a state, saying that basically women have no rights, but a 10-year-old girl can be forced to get married, and no black people are allowed to have marriages. And they just brought that law from 160 years ago into right now. And the former president, the guy who paid his bail money, is a hardcore auto loan shark, and sends out goon squads to attack anyone that doesn't pay the 400% interest he charges. We need to pay attention, and I do believe in democracy. I've been fighting for it my entire life.
Thank you, Strider. Steve Altshuler.
Steve Altshuler, 1555 Taylor Drive. I don't know if any of you saw the news. On Sunday, there was a big rally in Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan, to be exact. There were a whole bunch of pro-Palestinian people out there at a rally shouting death to America and death to Israel. It's an amazing thing that we have that kind of free speech. I'm all in favor of free speech, but when you're inciting riots and death and negative action, that's like calling for a fire in a theater. Should not be allowed. People can have their own opinions. They can speak what they agree with or disagree with, but advocating for destruction of two nations is just despicable to me. I want to read you something real quick. My sister is as liberal as any of you that I'm talking to. She moved to Israel about a year ago, and this is from her email at 1 year in Israel. Okay, it's time for me to be a little political. I just heard Kamala Harris demanding that Israel supply food and supplies to residents of Gaza. While I feel for them, the non-Hamas Palestinians, I am appalled. Israel was attacked. Where are the innocent Palestinians in speaking up against Hamas? Why have they not turned against Hamas? Why? Because so many ultimately just want to wipe Israel off the map. What other country is required to supply humanitarian aid to their invaders? Israel did not start this. If they want aid, return our hostages and then we can talk. And then she also wrote, you're not supposed to be laughing back there. I wrote this a few weeks ago, and now I see that Gazans are now starting to say they don't want Hamas. They have lost. They want hostages released, and they want normal lives with access to food and water. Of course they do. The horrific thing is that if Hamas finds them saying these things, they are killed. So we all understand there are some good people in Palestine and Hamas, and Gaza, and Hamas will kill anyone that doesn't agree with them. Oh gosh. This is from Victor David Hansen. Before October 7th, 23, there were roughly 2 million Arab citizens in Israel, but no Jewish citizens in Gaza. Gazans in 2006 voted in Hamas to rule them. Hamas then executed its Palestinian Authority rivals. Hamas canceled all future scheduled elections. It established a dictatorship and diverted hundreds of billions of dollars in international aid to build a vast underground labyrinth of military installations. Hamas began the war by deliberately targeting civilians. It massacred them on October 7th when it invaded Israel during a time of peace and holidays. It sent more than 7,000 rockets into Israel cities for the sole purpose of killing non-combatants.
Thank you, Steve.
I'll wait for the second reading.
For us, Gerard.
Good evening. My name's Faraz Gerard. I live off North 75th Street out in West Longmont, Colorado. 3 items I'd like to discuss tonight. One of them, only one being geopolitical, and that's, of course, Gaza. As you know, there's public consensus from municipalities like Longmont to Congress that is gradually, if not rapidly, growing, calling for a ceasefire. And as a gentle reminder, I'm not asking you to move heaven and earth, nor am I asking you to free hostages and provide anybody with humanitarian aid. Again, I only ask that you give due diligent and careful thought towards passing a ceasefire resolution or proclamation, whatever you may call it. And, you know, I don't cry for my people. I never have, and inshallah, I never will. Instead, I speak for them, and I pray for them, and as a matter of fact, I pray for my brothers and sisters over in Israel. Because I'm tired of the war, I'm tired of the genocide, I'm tired of the loss of life, but I'll never be tired of peace. My second issue, celebrating freedom. Mayor, council members, I agree with Citizen Steve. Do what you have to get us a fireworks show on Independence Day. I mean, I want to celebrate my country's birthday. I'm American after all. I'll give you a libertarian perspective. If not a fireworks show, you should refund all the taxpayers the money for the event and leave them at their devices to either A, get earmuffs, 2, purchase bottle rockets from across state lines for science. And speaking of science, God help the people that want to have their drones for their special light show. They can have that too. And a note, there are vets that appreciate the sounds of fireworks as it reminds them of the sentimental sounds of combat. Ask my friend Michael Coleman. He'd say so. And then, third issue, safety. While I appreciate the intention behind opening up our roadways, what merit does it hold when said roadway could be potentially dangerous, if not deadly? I empathize with Councilmember Christ, and I don't think that the area around the Schlegel and the 81st Street area should be open up for a roadway. Instead, I think we should just leave that parcel of land as it is, a place for kids and folks to play, explore, and walk around, not a potential deadly roadway. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you for us. John Larkin.
Good evening. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I'm here. So I am the president of the Kiwanis, Skyline Kiwanis Club, and I'm here to see how this vote goes and to let all of you know that nobody speaks for us except for myself, for Kyle Snyder. Okay? We want to do what's right for the city. We want to do what's right for our community. And that's just all there is to it. We spend an entire year putting this together. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of money and a lot of fundraising and a lot of work. So we are fine with ideas that you come up with, but we cannot just say we're changing it right now. Okay? I'm asking for a vote. Make a decision so we can make our decision, because we will be voting on it tomorrow. Okay, and I don't have a problem with looking for another venue at some point in time. We're fine with that. But we can't just say, okay, we're going to take it over there instead or take it over there instead. It's not how it works. We have to go through the permitting process, and we have to make a commitment this week financially to be able to do it at all. Okay, so thank you. I hope you can take a look at that and see what you need to do. Okay.
Something going on over
Yeah.
here.
That's
Freaking me out.
LPM is getting feedback, I think.
Did you have any questions for us?
I don't think we do, but thank you for that
Thank you.
statement, John.
Mm-hmm.
Kim Kasky? Kanake.
Bingo. Mayor Peck, City Council members, Kim Kanake, 136 South Main Street at the west end of the Dickens Park. Damn near front row for the fireworks, but it's only 1,000 feet from my historic buildings. Nothing but waist-high dry grass and natural weeds in July. Heck of a fire danger. There's been 3 fires in that park already that I know of, with over 8,000 people trampling the area and some setting off their own fireworks. I'm very concerned for my historic buildings, including the barn reception hall, which was Senator Lashley's dairy barn at 5th and Lashley, and we moved it to save it from demolition. If it burns down, I've got 50 pissed off brides that aren't going to have a place to hold their wedding and reception.
That scares me.
And does the city's insurance cover that? In the same vein, there's no way I can rent the barn on the 4th due to guest parking and 4th of July cars looking for places to park, trying to see who's pulling in and who isn't, and trying to get them to turn around and get back on Main Street. It's a freaking hazard. With me not being able to monitor that because I'm first chair cannoneer at Roosevelt Park with the Longmont Symphony Orchestra on the 1812 Overture. The other concern is you have only 2 streets to handle the traffic, 119 and Main Street. That's a heck of a traffic jam with that many people in that area. I'm not against the fireworks. I would like to say thank you to Kiwanis. They do a fabulous job raising the money for this premier event for Longmont to enjoy. Thank you for your time and your consideration on this matter.
Thank you, Kim. And with that, seeing no one else on the list, I'm going to close first call public invited to be heard, and we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Is everybody hiding out? Is it over?
Yeah, what people do want
Anyway, the last several years, every time she sees me, she brings in the kids and then she makes sure that all leave. Did she? Oh, okay. I have never been around. She has known 6 kids. Me and never spoken. Never push me out. I'm the only one that knew that and worked with him.
I don't know whether it's against law or not, but the code enforcement would, if a homeowner with a yard had file cabinets. Yeah, I don't know what the
Did you see the road? No. The women and men faces, but behind you can see the electronics, the brains, and all that type of stuff, but their faces.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been working with them. I've told people to let them there is no more left. None. You can only talk about killing people or not killing people. That's it. Because everybody is equal. There's not a single, there's probably somebody in Mongolia or Tibet that have nothing to do with what's wrong with the whole world. But no Americans are at fault. No Israelis are not at fault. Palestinians are not at fault. Everybody's at fault. We just need to save some lives.
Yeah, we know it. They're directly together with their intelligence. Who struck first?
Vice Trader. How's it going?
I don't know why we didn't have a backup. Have all the what? Is it not online yet?
Good evening. Well, let's sit down and chat about it. I'm overwhelmed in lots of ways too. But yeah, I would love to sit down with you.
But if they're not online,
We are back. It is time for us now to move on to the consent agenda and introduction and reading by title of first reading ordinances. We're waiting for Councilor Hidalgo Faring. Hidalgo. Crystal? That,
it is.
okay. Okay, Patty. Crystal, would you please read the would you please read the ordinances by title of the first reading?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
And actually, as a reminder, staff is requesting that item 9B be pulled from the consent for more information.
Okay.
The second reading and public hearing of all ordinances introduced on this agenda will be held on April 23rd, 2024. Item 9A is ordinance 2024-28, a bill for an ordinance adding chapter 2.18 to the Longmont Municipal Code for Code of Ethics. Item 9B is resolution 2024-20, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the revocable permit and agreement between the city and Rocky Mountain Paddleboard for paddleboard opportunities at Union Reservoir. And item 9C is approved 2 capital improvement program amendments.
Thank you. I'm going to move the consent agenda minus item B. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. I made the motion. It was seconded by Councilor McCoy to move the consent agenda. Okay, we're going to go with a verbal vote. All those in favor of moving the consent agenda, please say aye or raise your hand. Aye. All those opposed? That passes unanimously. Now we're going to move on to the second reading and public hearing on any matter. The first one is A0-2024-24. It's a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the first fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2024. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, I will open up the public hearing for 2024-24. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address this bill? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Martin, to move ordinance 2024-24. Let's vote.
This still says the consent agenda. The thing that popped up says the consent agenda. We're behind on this.
No, it doesn't.
The motion does.
So I'll repeat the motion. The motion was made by Councilor McCoy to move 2024-24. And that was seconded by Councilor Martin. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. The second item is 2024-25. It's a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 14, Section 14.07.060 of the Longmont Municipal Code on redevelopment credits for water and sewer fees, lapse. Are there any questions from council on the bill 2024-25? Seeing none, I'll open up the public hearing on this. Is there anybody in the public that would like to comment on 2024-25? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. May I have a motion?
I'll move ordinance 2024-25.
Moved by Councilor Hidalgo Faring, seconded by Councilor Yarbrough. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. The third item is 2024-26, a bill for an ordinance amending title Chapter 2.12, Section 2.12.030 on compensation of council members. Are there any questions from council on this bill? Seeing none, I'll open up the public hearing on 2024-26. Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment on the compensation for council members? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on 2024-26. May I have a motion?
I move ordinance 2024-26.
It's been moved by Councilor Rodriguez, it's seconded by Councilor Yarbrough. Let's vote. And that passes 6-1 with Councilor Christ in opposition. The next bill is 2024-27, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the vacation of Fedora Avenue, generally located south of 6th Avenue, east of Sherman Street, and west of Grant Street, and reserving city sanitary sewer easement. Are there any questions on this from council? Seeing none, I'll open up the public hearing on 2024-27. Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment on this bill? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
I move ordinance 2024-27.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor Chris, seconded by Councilor Hidalgo Faring. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. We now move on to the items removed from the consent agenda, which was item 9B. Are we voting on it, or did you just want to,
Add some information.
Crystal, did you want us to give us more information? Here we go.
Good evening, Mayor Peck, council members. I'm Ben Wagner, Recreation and Golf Superintendent. Pretty simple on this one. There was a mistake made in the number. There was a 5% increase, so the number was not 23,100. It was actually 24,255. I am asking you to approve this with the change.
Do we have any questions from council on this one? Councilor Christ.
Hi, Ben. Thank you. So I've sent you an email. I don't know if you got it about Section 3H, about the daily or seasonal vehicle pass being required to participate in the paddle boards. And is that basically the fee to the city for use of the paddle boards?
Yeah, we did get that, and we did have a chance to discuss it. I think Jeff actually wanted to address
Weigh
that
in on
if
it.
we were able to come up with that. So I'm going to let him do that.
Okay, thanks,
Okay.
Ben.
Mayor and members of council, Jeff Friesner, Recreation and Culture Director. My thought, based on the email that you had sent us, is that two things. People that take alternate transportation out there to the reservoir are only paying $2. So as compared to 10 and 15. And then the other thing that I'd point out is that really this agreement probably wouldn't be the right place to address if we were going to discount, that would probably be a bigger conversation at some point as it relates to fees charged by Recreation.
Okay. Well, the only reason why I brought it up is because it says a daily or seasonal vehicle pass is required. But what you're saying is there is an incentive to use alternate means of mobility out there for
Yes,
you get
we
$2.
have that already.
And so that would be accepted under this contract, even though it's pretty specific about a seasonal vehicle pass or daily.
For this, most people, because they're bringing paddle boards, do drive there. And so we require for all of our agreements that people pay for a pass or daily entry, as well as the city gets a portion, as Ben just described, of the fees from the company that's doing the programs.
Okay, but they do offer paddle boards there also, so you can arrive without one and
you
rent
could,
it
and
there.
you could get come in at the $2. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good. Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you.
So Jeff, that makes me ask a question. So as we put in our microtransit this summer and someone comes and is dropped off and they take their paddleboard with them because they can put it in the microtransit, would they still pay would it be the $2 fee?
$2, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Consent agenda item B, R-24, 2024-20.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilor McCoy and seconded by Councilor Martin. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now at City Attorney.
Mayor and Council, I think you need to amend the contract to insert the new annual fee in paragraph 6A, is what I understand is going on.
Oh, okay. And then move the ordinance
And then move the
as
ordinance.
amended.
Yeah.
Okay.
I move, thank you, Mayor Peck. I move the correction of the fee, and that was exactly what? 24,000. 225. 255. Okay. As recommended by staff, or presented by staff.
So I seconded, all three of us. Seconded by Councilor Crest. So let's move. We're voting actually on the amendment to the bill. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Eugene, now do we need to re-vote on it as amended? All right. Can you turn on your mic, please?
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I move the revised agenda item B R-2024-20 as we just amended.
Still second. Oh, go ahead.
Oh.
So the bill was moved as amended by Councilor McCoy and seconded by Councilor Hidalgo-Faring. Let's vote. Thank you. That passes unanimously. We're now on to the general business portion of our agenda, and A is to review standards included in section 14.32 relating to distributed energy resource interconnection standards, solar electric rates, and the renewable power purchase program rate. And I invite Daryl Hahn to the podium along with the team.
Mayor Peck, members of City Council, good evening. My name is Daryl Hahn. I'm the Electric Utility Director at LPC. Good to see you all again. We're here tonight to expand on some of the concepts that we covered back at the City Council retreat in February. We'll go into a little bit more detail. My slides will go relatively quickly because you've seen them before, and I want to make sure that we save enough time for the rest of the presentation. Okay. Do you know what presentations are? I don't either. Did you send it to Michelle? Yeah, last week. Is it just the next slide? Nope, end of slide. See it here. You see it? Where's Dawn?
Dawn. Dawn. Do you know where our presentation is?
not able to find a presentation.
Oh, there. Yeah. It's on PDF. There you go. Thank you, Sandy.
Hold on, go full screen. Sure.
Thank you.
Is it that one more down? That guy. Scroll down. There it is.
There we go. Thank you.
Apologies. Thank you for your patience. So tonight we're going to, as I mentioned, speak in more detail about our distributed energy resources interconnection standards first, solar rates number 2, and then number 3, our renewable power purchase program. So just to review some of the concepts that we touched upon at the retreat, kind of setting the stage, obviously we've heard plenty about the 100% renewable energy goal. This is a partnership between the City of Longmont and Platte River Power Authority, who is our wholesale energy provider. So this is something that Platte River can't do on their own, the City of Longmont can't do on our own. So it's a partnership, and we're working together and collaborating on that. As I mentioned, we'll be talking about our interconnection standards. So these are the standards, basically the rules and sort of the framework for folks to connect their renewable energy and other DERs to our grid. We'll also walk through the solar rate analysis. We'll touch a little bit on some of the community outreach that we plan to engage, assuming we move forward with some of our recommendations. We'll talk about the proposed timeline, and then we'll have some time for discussion. Now, the intent today, again, is to get your input and feedback and thoughts so that we can just make sure that we're moving in the right direction. So you may recognize this slide again from the retreat. This kind of tells you where we've been, where we are, right at the red car, and then where we plan to go. Up to this point, we've developed a DER roadmap, and we've done a potential study, which is the study of how much renewable energy we think that we can get here in the City of Longmont. We've got a smart grid roadmap that we're working on. We're rolling out AMI. I think we're up to about 10,000 AMI meters roughly today, and more every day. We did a code and standards review, which has led to some of the recommendations that we'll be talking about today. And that kind of gets us to the red car in the middle. Once we get some of these foundational building blocks and no regrets decisions made, we'll continue to move forward with some of the more interesting and maybe flashier DER activities and integrations. So I want to introduce Hannah Mulroy. She has been steeped in all of the details of these interconnection standards, and I'll let you pepper her with questions if you have any.
Hi, good evening. Hannah Mulroy, Energy Portfolio Development Manager here for the City of Longmont. As Daryl said, I've been working on this for a couple of years now. I'm really excited to be here tonight to talk to you all about it. First, I'm going to touch on interconnection. As Daryl mentioned, interconnection policies provide the framework, I should say, guidelines for how distributed energy resources can connect to our grid. I do want to specify here when we're talking about interconnection, we are really talking about solar generation, so generation and storage and discharge of storage. Eventually, hopefully, vehicle to grid discharge as well, but that's a little bit in the future. Both of these standards are related to things that can push back energy onto the grid. So while you do hear DERs related to thermostats, water heaters, things of the sort, today we really are talking about energy storage, generation, and discharge. We have some unclear, inconsistent policies that have present barriers to project development, kind of speedy review, and increased costs related to project development. Our policy goals are to enable distributed energy resources on our grid while also safeguarding our grid. We want to align with regional and state standards for consistency purposes. So there's a bit of a patchwork when it comes to interconnection standards from utility to utility, and we'd like to kind of be a little more aligned with everyone else in the region. We want to modernize our standards to address emerging technologies and demand response opportunities that's specifically related to battery storage and potential vehicle to grid. Currently, we only address solar generation in our interconnection standards. We do need to address storage. We want to provide flexibility in our allowable generation and storage capacity to allow for beneficial building electrification as well as transportation electrification. We want to update our standards to just allow for faster review and fewer failed permits. We're having some challenges related to folks wanting a little bit bigger systems than our current rules allow, and we would like to be a little more flexible when it comes to that. And then lastly, we would like to establish some equitable provisions for engineering studies to evaluate the impact of DERs on our grid. This could be for one large, 1 megawatt system, how that's going to impact our grid, but also an aggregation of smaller systems. So as we see concentration and saturation of solar and battery in residential neighborhoods, we do need to see how that's going to affect our grid. I'm going to go through this. So we have essentially 5 recommendations. We've identified 5, what we'd say, shortcomings in our current state, and then 5 recommended changes to address those shortcomings. I'm going to go from the shortcoming to the proposed change addressing that. So currently, solar generation is limited to 120% of annual average consumption. A real barrier in our permitting process. So we'd like to increase that generation to allowable generation to 200% of annual consumption, or a 12 kilowatt system, whichever is greater. So we'd allow folks to put in essentially a 12 kilowatt system. If they want something larger than that, then they need to show us that their usage would support 200%, or that it's within 200% for anything larger than 12 kW. We have no provisions for new construction, new ownership, or building electrification. So we're having a situation where folks are coming in and they buy a new house. We can't share the past energy data with them for the past owners, or they want to have a kind of a increased energy consumption than what the previous owners or tenants had. Currently, we can't really do anything about that. So we would like to establish a 6 kWh per square foot standard that is based on the average electric consumption of homes in Longmont. So we did quite a lot of data analysis to come up with this, as well as the 12 kW system. And that would just allow folks, new owners, building electrification, just to have a flat calculation they can use to support a system size. As I mentioned, our standards are limited to generation. We don't have storage or other distributed energy resources currently. Our standards were written a few years ago, before battery storage was really common. So we'd like to expand that to include other distributed energy resources, so solar generation, battery storage, and as I mentioned, potentially future vehicle to grid, where the vehicle acts as a battery storage, but that's a little bit in the future. As I mentioned, there's no provision for engineering studies. We'd like to establish provisions. So we want to create, which will come to you all, a City of Longmont Distributed Energy Interconnection Standards document. So while the code itself will contain limited references and authorities, it will reference, much like other design standards we have for construction in the city, outside standards document, which details all the specifications for interconnection. That would need to be adopted by you all, of course. And then we lack industry standards for communications or data protocols. We don't have anything that says kind of, we want to talk to your system in this way, and please talk to our grid in this way. So we want to establish industry standards, so IEEE for anyone who's familiar with that, communications and data protocols, so we can have grid management, monitoring, signaling, and hopefully demand response in the future. So we need to enable that through communications. And that's actually the end of my interconnection. I'm going to touch on this really quickly before I hand it over to Raven to go over rates. As part of a multi-prong approach to achieving energy savings and peak load reduction, as we work towards our 100% renewable goal, staff has explored ways to enable distributed solar generation, but also ways to encourage folks to move towards pairing storage with our solar, something that's dispatchable and can help us do things like shave peak. Best practice research indicates that properly valuing net excess energy that is exported from solar can actually help drive folks to storage being paired with their solar, because if you are storing your solar during the day and discharging it at night, you are getting a retail reduction in your bill. So every kWh you discharge, you are not paying a kWh from retail. So she's going to go, meaning Raven, I'm sorry, is going to go a little bit further into the solar rate and kind of some work we've done around properly valuing solar. But I just want to kind of talk about how we want to encourage folks to look at like a multi-prong approach to their energy savings. So always starting with energy efficiency and weatherization first, moving on to solar only when the opportunity is right and the payback is correct for you, but also moving to solar and storage as an opportunity to move us closer to our 100% renewable goal and provide a better return on investment for our customers.
Thank you. I do see that we have a question in the queue, but I'm going to ask council to please hold your questions until we are done with this presentation.
Okay. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Raven to go over solar rates.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and members of council. I'm Raven Martin, Utility Rate Analyst with Strategic Integration. Tonight I will be presenting on the rate analysis sections, and first I will be presenting information on the credit rate for net metering and then present on the renewable power purchase program. Currently, the city credits residential and commercial solar customers for their excess energy production at the retail energy rate. All solar customers receive a retail credit for the energy they produce and consume on site. The money to pay this credit comes out of the electric fund, and all electric customers are subsidizing the credit payments to solar customers. The city pays a premium to customers for net metering credits above what the city could have spent purchasing that power directly from PRPA at wholesale rates. This graph is a 20-year projection of the excess purchase power credit payment, which is based on the difference between the current credit rate and the wholesale rate. Since all solar customers are credited at the retail rate, in 2022, the city paid a premium of just over $64,000 to customers for net metering credits over what the city could have spent instead to purchase that power directly from PRPA at wholesale rates. This graph forecasts the subsidy over a 20-year horizon and shows that the projected growth in solar adoption under the current credit rate, the amount subsidized to solar customers grows to $3.3 million in 2043. This increase is due to anticipated rate changes during this period in comparison to the numbers in the customer base paying into this fund. Payments to solar customers above the wholesale rate reduce the revenue collected by the utility and therefore reduce the funds available for projects and operating costs that work towards achieving the city's renewable energy goals. To understand the long-term impacts of these subsidies on ratepayers, staff analyzed multiple credit rate scenarios, including a value of solar rate and a legacy rate. The legacy rate could be implemented for existing solar customers, which preserves the economic model existing solar customers used when they invested in their systems. This rate would match and adjust to the current city retail rate and would be in effect for a period of 20 years. Other utilities, such as the Town of Lyons, have enacted similar legacy rates for existing solar customers. Staff recommends implementing a 20-year legacy rate for existing solar customers for the next 20 years, which adjusts to match the retail rate. Staff also has looked at the value of solar rate calculated to be at 18% above the wholesale energy rate paid to PRPA. The VOS rate includes a premium over a wholesale rate of 3% for line losses to account for inefficiencies associated with transmitting and delivering energy from PRPA to customers, as well as a 15% for positive environmental impacts, such as avoided particulates in the atmosphere and reduced fugitive methane. These factors are based on a review of best practices from the National Renewable Energy Lab, NREL, the State of Minnesota VOS, the Sacramento Municipal Utility District VOS, and Austin Energy VOS. Staff recommends implementing a value of solar rate for new customers at 18% above the wholesale energy rate. To better understand the impacts of each of these rate scenarios, staff modeled each over a 20-year period. This graph presents the forecasted outcomes of these scenarios. As presented earlier, the top line shows the subsidy of all existing and new solar customers are credited at the retail rate. The bold blue line represents the forecasted amount if current solar customers are credited at the legacy rate, while new solar customers are credited at the value of solar rate. The third line with dashes and dots represents the forecasted amount if existing as well as new solar customers are credited at the value of solar rate only. And the bottom line represents the forecasted credited amount if existing solar customers are credited at the legacy rate, but new solar customers are credited at the wholesale rate only. Staff recommends implementing the rate structure highlighted by the blue bold line. A legacy credit rate to last for a 20-year period for existing solar customers that matches the solar retail rate, as well as a VOS credit rate for new solar customers. In addition to reviewing solar energy credit rates, staff evaluated the premium paid by Renewable Purchase Power Program participants to ensure it accurately reflects the current cost of renewable resources coming from PRPA. As a result of the rate study, staff proposes to make the rates more affordable, reducing it by 60% to only 0.1217, based on the PRPA current costs of producing renewable energy, plus the losses and/or administrative expenses. As part of the regular rate process, the RPPP will continue to be evaluated in future years. Additionally, staff is working to invest revenue more directly from this program into local, flexible, and renewable energy projects, including a recent partnership with Longmont Housing Authority to install solar at low-income senior facility within the city. Staff recommendations for solar rates are to institute a legacy retail credit rate for current solar customers for 20 years, as well as implement a value of solar credit rate for new customers. And for the Renewable Purchase Power Program, adjust the RPPP rate to match the PRPA rate plus line loss and administrative costs. And as well as use the RPPP funds for distributed energy resource projects. Thank you.
Hello. I would like to spend a moment talking to you about kind of the plan moving forward from today through community outreach and what we're going to be looking for from council today. In a couple of slides, you'll see that I have some items for council discussion. Well, we're just looking for feedback on items that you're interested in, have concerns about, things we can address prior to seeking feedback from the community. So I want to let you know we have a very robust community outreach plan. On the top, you'll see that we have created a distributed energy resource cheat sheet for council. We were requested at the retreat to do so we've provided that. We're developing frequently asked questions for the media. We are going to do social media posts, city talk, newspaper articles, interviews, as well as postings in the sustainability newsletter. So that's kind of traditional media essentially on the top. In the center, you'll see that based on conversation tonight, our intention is to go to several advisory and kind of engage stakeholder groups to let them know about the proposed changes to interconnection, solar rate, and the RPPP program. The intention would be go to the Sustainable Advisory Board, Longmont Sustainability Coalition, the Neighborhood Group Leaders Association, the Equitable Climate Action Team to seek feedback specifically on the equity components of this, and Sustainable Resilient Longmont, so SRL, which is an outside entity, but would like to stop by them. And then on the bottom, you'll see what I think is one of the most important is to reach out specifically to all city licensed solar installers, all applicants that are in the solar permitting process or have kind of entered into the beginnings of it, all solar and or electrical trade associations, and existing RPPP participants. As it comes to the first three, why we'd like to do that is if we get kind of feedback and support for the idea of doing a legacy rate, we would like to inform everyone, installers, as well as people in the permitting process to get their application in and their system up and running before January 1st of next year in order to receive the legacy rate. So that's part of why we want to do some really robust outreach to everyone, make sure everybody's kind of got the, the notice on that. In terms of returning to you all, our intention would be, we've already gone to council retreat. We're here today with review and recommendations. Based on feedback from you all today, our intention is to go do a very robust public engagement, community outreach campaign, as we just outlined. Come back to you all for council direction, as well as an ordinance approval, first and second reading. The intention would be to come back later this year during the budget season, so between August and October, along with kind of other rates and budget conversations, with feedback from the community that we've spent the summer doing. So kind of what we've discussed today, anything that we've noted of substance during the public engagement, return to you all late summer, early fall to receive direction should you support it, and incorporate all the public feedback as well. Ordinance approval, then we go back and do public education, so not just engagement, but hey, we actually are changing the rules, these are the new processes, these are the new forms, whatever it might be, do a public engagement campaign. And the intention would be for all the rule changes, interconnection, the increased allowed generation, as well as the rate change to take effect January 1st of 2025. So give us a nice long lead time to get folks in under the legacy rate and get really robust public engagement. And the last I have is just the proposed interconnection changes and the proposed rate changes, kind of a summary of those changes for council's discussion. Questions, comments, concerns, anything of the sort.
Great. Sounds like it's going to be a very robust, busy summer for you.
Yes.
So I'm going to open it up to council, but along with your questions, please incorporate whether you agree with these rate changes or not. So, Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I have 4 questions, and I can't agree or disagree until I have the answers to the questions,
of course,
since they impact the rates. The first one is you mentioned that you were going to, for new homes and for new home buyers who don't have access to their historical consumption. Yeah. I lost my notes here because I only have my phone. Drafts. Okay. This DER per consumption average per square foot. We have good data about the houses that exist in our city that we can't share, but the trouble is that when people buy an existing home now, at least everyone I know who has done that recently, they have fixed their building envelope and then they have electrified the home. And since the homes that we have to collect data from are not homes that have had fixed envelopes or electrification, your average is going to come out low, isn't it? And so if they then want to solarize to cover their actual usage, they're not going to be able, they're still going to have too little solar. So I believe that needs to be rethought. And adjust, adjust your averages for the presumption that the home is going to be electrified, because if they're not going to do those things, why are they applying for permits to do that stuff, right? Okay, so I don't agree with that. I think that you need to, I agree with the idea of doing that, obviously, because I've helped some constituents through the process of trying and failing to get solar permits in the circumstances I've talked about, but I don't agree with your formula. So then on the value of solar rate, will the self-generation fee increase be eliminated if the wholesale, if we're paying, the net meters are paying less than retail?
The base rate is not, has not been considered as part of this rate study. It is not. It will continue to be higher than a traditional residential, and it is not being considered to be changed until the next cost of service evaluation.
Why?
Let me think about this. So even with a go ahead.
Councilmember Martin, Mayor Peck, members of City Council. The intent here is to try to get this change out as quickly as we can, but since we've already got a rate study in the queue for 2025, the intent was to revisit that particular piece of the rate in 2025 along with the rest of the rate study.
Okay, so I've had enough solar adopters, early adopters, actually not so much during the pandemic, but before the pandemic, and every one of them required a several hours long discussion of why they had to pay that self-generation base rate fee, or whatever it's correctly called. So if those are not adjusted at the same time, I think we're gonna go through that that say, and I see Sherry Malloy nodding back there, and Karen too, yeah. I think we're going to go through that discussion about why am I being penalized, even though they've been being subsidized, which is not an argument that anyone ever really accepts. They just grudgingly either buy their solar anyway because they can afford it, or grudgingly don't buy solar. But anyway, it seems like a risk not to do the whole enchilada at once, and I mean, you could still have costs associated with self-generators, but at least it ought to be recomputed and be able to be justified, because the whole idea of the value of solar computation is so that solar generators are not being subsidized by everybody else. So it just isn't logical to me. Why did we keep the the RPPP when Tariff 7 went away?
Why do we keep it in general?
Yeah.
So the program has robust interest. We have about 900 participants. We sell about 3 million kilowatt hours per year. Folks are using it to, for example, certain businesses, Boulder County, for example, use it as a way to meet their emissions reduction goals. And RECs are still being retired on behalf of those participants. So 3 million kilowatt hours of RECs are being retired from wind by Platte River. It's just the cost is no longer reflective of what we used to pay them for renewable energy. We recalculated that the premium is closer to that 1.7 cents than the 3.12.
Okay, and when Tariff 7 ended, why were the RPPP subscribers not notified? And I'm really much more concerned because the commercial subscribers know what they're getting for that. They're getting RECs, they have corporate goals, so they understand. But all of the residential subscribers thought they were buying extra windmills, and so I just believe that they should have known. And I'm getting letters from people who say, I didn't know we weren't buying windmills anymore. So what was the rationale behind doing it the way it was done?
So Councilmember Martin, Mayor Peck, members of City Council, we can certainly look into the history of sort of what's happened since 2019 when Tariff 7 went away, and kind of get us up to where we are today in terms of some of the decision making and that sort of thing. So we can certainly bring that back to you. Okay.
Yeah, we should know that, I think, before we vote on actual rates. Yeah, I feel like there are a lot of unanswered questions.
Councilor Martin, can you ask your last question?
1, 2, 3, 4. I've answered them
Oh, you
all.
have, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we need details
Okay.
that we don't have.
That's a good summarized statement. Are there any more questions from council? Councilor Christ.
Hannah, in regards to number 2 on the interconnection changes, we have a large number of homes that are underpowered right now. How long is it going to take to bring them up to an electrification status?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by underpowered.
Well, there's a lot of people that don't have as much electricity as they maybe could use right now, just from the way their electrical panel is configured. Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
But I think Joan has to give
Go
me
ahead.
permission. Oh, okay. We have a lot of houses, especially in older neighborhoods, that have less than 200 amps in their in their breaker panel, and to electrify a house, you need at least that much.
Yeah. Understood. So we are currently exploring with Efficiency Works and Platte River Power Authority options to help offset the cost of panel upgrades related to bringing some of those older homes up to code. So while we have rebates and incentives to buy the electrification equipment, there isn't currently kind of financial rebates or incentives or programs to help offset the infrastructure, the panel upgrade costs, and that's something we're looking at as part of our program development with Efficiency Works. We were just discussing it with them last week. So kind of how, if they want to electrify, how can we maybe help offset that cost of the panel upgrade or pay for the cost of the panel upgrade? Is that?
Yes, and I guess in addition to my initial question, how, what will the draw on the system be? Can everybody upgrade all on the same day?
So it's a part of a little bit of a loaded question, and I don't know if you want to.
Councilmember Christ, Mayor Peck, members of City Council, that's a good question. Typically, these don't all come in at the same time, and honestly, the distribution system is going to be a lot more robust than some of those weaker links, if you will, that you're talking about. And so as these requests and permits come in, we're able to kind of monitor and make sure that we have a very robust and reliable system that can serve those additional customers. The other thing that comes into play too is just because somebody upgrades to a 200 amp panel doesn't necessarily mean that right out of the gate and at all hours of the day are they using that capacity, that full capacity of the panel. And so we do have formulas for sort of discount, if you will, to how much of that that larger panel is actually being used. For example, whether they have an EV or they don't have an EV makes a really big difference, or if it's all electric, for example, or not all electric. So, but in terms of the distribution grid, we will absolutely be making any improvements that are necessary.
And getting to that 200 level will make it possible for them to make the jump to solar?
I don't know that we can necessarily say that. It would certainly make it easier, but it all depends on what their needs are.
Okay. So they might have a 2 or 3 step process just to get to the ability to have solar. Okay. And so that might take 5 years. It might take a couple of years. I'm trying to make this match with the graph that you that Raven displayed about Voss versus legacy. And you can see that the gray line right below the blue follows very much the same trajectory, but it's all customers at the value of solar rate.
Yep.
And so I'm just wondering how much of a head start those who already have solar are going to have, and if they're going to need to continue at a legacy rate for those at the gray line to catch up. So I'm not sure I'm in total agreement with the blue line is where I'm going with this. I think there has to be a time factor in there, and also bringing them up, bringing people up to speed to be able to level the playing field. You know, because right now some people just can't go to blue. You know, they can't have all that installed by the 1st of January 2025 to get the legacy rate.
Right.
So, more information later, I'm sure. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Martin?
Yeah. So this graph is really about solarization. But when a house is electrified, most of the changes are in how much power the house draws rather than how much the house pushes back. And so it's would be pretty unusual to have your grid overload. Not impossible, you know, if a whole block of huge houses did this, but normally you wouldn't stress your the edge of your distribution grid by putting a bunch of solar panels up. You'd stress it by putting a bunch of heat pumps in, correct, and EVs. So I think that impacts Councilmember Christ's question, but can't really restate how, but maybe you can.
I will clarify that a collection of solar would also put, we haven't seen it yet, but because of the backfeed, if there wasn't a storage component to it, that would also place strain on our grid, so just to clarify.
Well, and we've talked about that if it's solar only, and you notice I put the dark calm component in with solar only, is that minute that you go dark, you have everybody that's now pulling energy at a different rate because they're not easing into it, versus when you look at the solar plus storage, what that does is that doesn't tax your core infrastructure at the same level as solar only, because you're not, when it gets dark, pulling the power. And then, you know, separate and apart from this, as we talked about just moving to 100% renewable, we think that during the day, you know, when you're pulling those major resources from solar and wind, and you have sun and wind going, the need is going to shift, because when you look at that price per energy during the day based on the big systems that are in place, you know, that's highly likely when you're going to get the low cost energy. It's at night when that starts shifting on you. So there's more work we have to do as we're looking at this, and then part of what we're talking about, and you saw in this, is also looking, you know, it's not on here, but it's when we talk about distributed energy, it's how do we look at solar gardens and battery gardens as part of something that people can participate in, because that could shift the cost options in terms of how we're approaching it, and then lets them balance the system in a different way.
So you just answered one of the questions I was going to have about solar gardens and how we can give solar energy to homes that cannot afford to put it on themselves, or they don't have the type of structure that would allow for solar. But I have heard that the city is very difficult for solar installers to work with, and that we have on our website city licensed installers that we approve of. Why is it harder for solar installers who are not on our list? Why is that more difficult for them to work with the city?
I would say that the city licensed installer is just like any other trade in the city, that you have to register with the city to be a plumber or an electrician or a solar installer. We do not have extra criteria for approving solar. It's just that you've been licensed with the city to install solar just like any other trade. So we don't have, there's certain organizations we can kind of point to that do kind of quality checks and ethical boards of whatnot. COSA would be an example, Colorado Solar and Storage Association. But just for the city ourselves, we license all the contractors in the city for any trade.
Okay, so it would be out of the city that they are not licensed.
Yeah, if a new installer
that
came
makes
in,
sense.
and we get calls sometimes from new installers wanting to come into the city and hook them up with building, make sure they're, you know, kind of registered and licensed with the city, and that they have all the, you know, they can get into the portal and so on and so
Okay.
forth. So.
Yeah.
That answered that question.
I think part of it's the individual circumstances and what they're giving to us as part of the submittal process. And so I think the more specific information we have, the better we'll be able to answer that. But it's not, I mean, in some ways it's not unlike an electrician coming in to do work in your house.
Correct.
If they're not licensed or they're not in the system. And so I think
Okay.
when we hear those cases, getting us that information would be really helpful so we can see what's happening within the process.
Okay. Can we go back to the slide where you want our input?
Yes, of course. This way.
Okay. I would prefer if each counselor gave their input on this to make sure that we understand it, that each one understands what we are giving direction on, and if there is any discussion that an individual counselor needs, other than the ones that have spoken. So let's start with Counselor Yarbrough. Do you want to give input on these proposed rate changes? Oh, I turned you off.
Oops. I don't want to be red, I just want to stay green.
Oh,
I just want to know if,
try it again.
okay. After listening to Counselor Martin and Counselor Chris, do you still have to go back and do some other things before we make this decision? I mean, I just want to make sure, because, you know, I said at the retreat, you know, you say something else different, then I'm like, psh, it's over my head, and I don't like what just happened here. And I thank you for the cheat sheet. It's amazing. So.
Councilmember Yarborough, Mayor Peck, members of City Council, the intent is for us to take the feedback that you've provided us today and just to kind of do a check to make sure that we're going down the right path, or if we're going in the wrong direction, or if you need additional information, we can certainly bring that back to you the next time we see you, just to make sure that you have clarity on some of your questions and also the direction that we're looking to move in.
Okay, thank you.
And a point of clarification, we'll seek formal direction come later this year, and that will incorporate direction to prepare an ordinance, so we would clarify if there's been any substantive changes based on community outreach or conversations with council between now and seeking direction in the fall.
Well, and so I've heard two things today, and again, this is going to be a council direction on, do we bring that information back? One was the item number 2, and looking at that amount, and then the other was the other component of the rate in terms of the base rate. And so if those are two things that council wants us to look into more in depth before we come back to you, then if the body agrees that we need that direction, so we can bring that information back to you.
So is the intent then to bring that back to us before we give you any input on the proposed rate changes?
I think you can tell us, yes, generally you're moving in the right area. We want you to look at these two components and bring it back to us with more information, and we can work on those individual components and come back to council.
Okay. To council, is there anyone who does not agree with the proposed rate changes? Okay, Councilor Christ.
Well, just looking at the prior slide that had the, just energy conservation to solar, then to solar plus storage. That is a big entry level for somebody that doesn't have adequate electricity now, that maybe doesn't have a large roof capacity, to go from bringing it up to electric standards, then going to solar, then actually having some storage. So at this point, I feel like I appreciate those that already have solar, have a lot invested in that. But I think at the time that we're able to bring homes up to the point where they can be electrified to the point of having solar, that maybe we ought to consider switching only to the value of solar rate. Just because otherwise it's a horse race that those at lower income and that are underpowered now will never be able to catch the early out of the gate horses. And I just feel like that's an inequity that we need to address in some fashion.
Councilmember Chris, Mayor Peck, members of City Council, I think one of the things that we've looked at, a couple of thoughts here. One is, as Hannah mentioned, Efficiency Works is one of the programs that we, are actively supporting to help folks with some of the, at least the initial energy efficiency piece, which we still feel is kind of a foundational building block of all of this conversation. Another thing that we're looking at, and this is, I know, something that we've talked about in the past, is on-bill financing. Now, this isn't something that we're able to do right now, but it's certainly something that we will continue to push, because we feel that it's an important part of helping folks get to that next step, like you're talking about. The other thing too is, Hannah can give you more details if you want it, but we're looking very closely at setting up some community solar pilot programs. So the intent is for folks, as Mayor Peck mentioned, who don't have a roof or don't have the large panel, they can still participate and benefit from these programs in a way that those who do have the roof can. So I'm hoping that, by putting these pieces together, we can really open it up for those who may not today have sort of a traditional, home configuration with a large panel and the large roof.
Right. So if you're in a solar garden, though, you'll never have the same capacity as someone with a very large roof capacity for solar. And then also, I guess the question is, are people now just having solar, or are there people that already have solar plus storage?
We have a limited number of solar plus storage installations in the city.
Okay. So if they have the legacy with solar only, they're really not advancing to solar plus storage, which maybe we might make that a requirement to keep that legacy, because that's the only way we can draw back on, and that would sort of support that residential rate for them. Yes?
Yes, I think, I see what you're saying about if you add solar, you could, add storage, you could benefit from the legacy rate?
Yes, because you would actually be providing more energy for others who don't have. Okay. So I'm still very much on the fence between those two rates. I would like to see a little more availability for people to actually get to solar if they're still in the blue or even not quite into the blue.
Mm-hmm.
And then how much time? Because I'm thinking, this might be the next 3 years, it might be the next 5 years before people start adding storage, and that people come into the energy efficient plus adding solar. So I'm just saying, if we could get those rates, those two lines on the graph, a little more time sensitive.
I do want to let you know too, we're working on storage incentives through, it may be a rate, but more likely through incentive and programs. So there will, working through Efficiency Works and Platte River, working on battery storage programs for both residential and commercial. So that's kind of a next step in the journey, would be to come to you all with some ideas about how to incentivize storage more directly.
Okay.
And that would be sooner than 3 to 5 years.
Okay, thanks.
So, Councilor Chris, where do you stand on the proposed rates that we are giving direction?
Well, can you put the last slide back up with the 4 options?
Mm-hmm.
I think later than that, maybe 20? Slide 20?
I'm so sorry. This, no?
No.
One more.
Okay.
This one. Okay.
19.
Yeah.
So I'm uncertain about one, because I think 20 years might be long for a legacy rate, and should be contingent on adding storage. I think the value of solar credit is where we're going to end up converging with those two types of customers. I think number 3 is good, and I think number 4 is good. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. Is that the direction that you wanted?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to go on to the next one. Councilor, I know, we're going to go this way. Okay. Councilor Hidalgo Faring, do you?
So thank you, Mayor. So Councilmember Martin did bring up some concerns around the legacy rate, and I really wanted to hear kind of what Councilmember Martin was going to kind of add on to that component, because that's also going to impact my support for number 1. I do feel we are headed in the right direction for 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Councilor Martin.
I also think that this is generally headed in the right direction. It's just that there's a lot of factors being left out, and I think there's some false assumptions that I'd like to clarify. I don't think that Longmont's reputation for being difficult to work with on the solar front has anything to do with our process for licensing contractors. What it has to do with is what really happens is somebody engages their upgrade provider, their home contractor, before they look into anything about permitting, because they rely on the contractor to tell them what to do. And then they encounter the fact that our electric rates are really low, and that that there's this snarl about how much they may install and when their payback is going to be. And what happens to them is that either the permitting process takes forever, or they find out that they they're not going to pay back for longer than the life of the solar panels they're thinking about buying, and so the contractor puts in a lot of work, and then the homeowner backs out. So that's why we have trouble, and you're partially addressing this with increasing the amount of generation allowed and having a formula. So that's a good thing. It's just that the formula needs work. And then the other thing is that I think we need some context around the relative importance of the things that homeowners can do. Okay, so to listen to this presentation, you would think solar first, batteries second, and then everything else is after that. And it's actually the opposite. First you fix, what? Oh, come on. It's important to be informed. It's not important who gets to talk the longest.
I think that the staff is informing us.
Yes.
She answered the question that I asked about the licensed providers. So now we need to move on. I agree with what's been said about the legacy. We need more information on that. But 2, 3, and 4 I approve of. Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Well, I agree that we probably need to look at legacy. I do hear what Councilmember Christ is talking about in regards to maybe having some sort of aspect of storage. I think that if you're going to try to move this forward, and that's we've always been on the leading edge of this as a community, I think that's something to certainly consider, and 3 and 4 are acceptable.
Okay. Councillor Martin, which ones do you?
So what electrifiers really need to do is fix their building envelope first, and then replace their fossil fuel burning appliances, electrifying their house, and then look at solar and storage, and any communications program that we put together needs to reflect that. And I find that missing from this presentation. And so I think there are a lot of assumptions that people would reach listening to this that would cause them to do the wrong thing. A lot of people, the reason we need the legacy rate is because all these people thought they were doing the right thing by buying solar, when it was really, it didn't benefit them very much, and it didn't benefit us very much, and that will remain true. You need to do these things in the right order in order to get the maximum benefit. So that was the thing that I wanted to say when my timer ran out.
So which one of these this was the question, which one of these proposed rate changes do you agree with for direction to staff? Any of them, all of them?
We don't have enough information to decide.
So there's no comment from that. That's okay. So do you have your information that you need? It sounds like the last two, most of council 3 and 4,
yep.
we approve, go with. Number 2, half of us think we're okay with that, but we all would like more information on the legacy.
And to clarify, would you we can get more information on legacy. Would you like us to run scenarios of different legacy timeframes? I know,
Yes.
Chris, you had mentioned, and there are examples of shorter legacy rates with other utilities. So we
Yes.
came with a 20 years as a proposal, but we can certainly run some scenarios looking at different intervals of time.
And I would like some input on solar arrays or solar fields in connection with PRPA. How can we get those established? How would that be established in residential areas where homes cannot put on solar for one reason or another, even if it's just economically
Yeah.
impossible?
I think it's worth mentioning, this isn't the focus of today's
I know it
presentation,
isn't.
but I am developing and working on a community solar program design,
Perfect.
utilizing the renewable natural gas facility as well as a partnership with Longmont Housing Authority to do a virtual net metering, low-income discount program on one of their developments as well. So we're certainly looking at kind of a portfolio approach of how do we kind of address all those segments of our customer needs.
And is this going to be for commercial as well as residential, or are we only working on residential?
Residential for the beginning for a demonstration project.
Okay.
And the intention would be to expand to commercial, particularly, small businesses, things of the sort, but that would be a future installation.
Okay,
Well,
great.
and I think on commercial, the thing that we also have to be cognizant of, sometimes there's large commercial users that have their own interest, and so if they come to us and say, hey, we want to do this and we want to figure it out, we're not going to wait either.
Does
That's
that
certainly true.
does that include apartment buildings?
Well, that's what they're working on now on both the Village on Main and then the Ascent. Is those are really
Okay.
the test projects, so that as we're talking to other multifamily environments, then we have something they can look at.
Yeah, there's,
Okay.
there's market rate folks, developers also interested in solar, so we're kind of figuring out all the different ways we can work with them for billing and installation purposes, so.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you for all your work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now we're at the 4th of July update.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm going to turn this directly over to staff to kick this off.
So there's a lot of staff that's been part of this. And so obviously when we'll talk about the council comm, there are a list of locations that were reviewed in terms of, but not all of the locations. Hold on. No, I'll start it off. So you see all the locations that were listed in the memo. One of the things that I would say is that in addition, we asked some questions about some other locations. So one of the locations that I was interested in exploring was really the potential to use the parking garage on Kaufman Street adjacent to the Spoke. I have now learned more about fireworks than I think I ever thought I would learn. And, the difference is the fireworks that they're utilizing as part of this celebration are different than the fireworks that we use at the Memorial Building. And again, we're not funding those fireworks.
Okay.
And so the feedback that I got on that location from the fire department, and Dan's here and he can talk about it, is when you look at the type of fireworks in the proximity of all of the buildings and you look at the age of the buildings and the fact that not all of them have sprinkler systems and certain, and it's just, that was a safety issue that, they were like, nah, we don't feel that safe. In addition to the other locations, they looked at Garden Acres Park and they looked at Centennial, and both of those locations actually have sports tournaments in them during that time frame. And then part of what started happening is I was seeing some chatter on looking at Sandstone Ranch, because Sandstone Ranch is a community park. And when I saw the chatter on that, I called Jim Crick and I said, do you have a Raptor map? And the reason why I asked the question on the Raptor map is because Jim has given me a tour and I'm like, that's really close, to a large nature area that we have, but also a lot of raptor nests. And so then we got the Raptor, and I didn't want to have multiple maps that I was going back in between. And so, this is kind of what I saw when we were looking at Sandstone Ranch Community Park. in terms of just the amount of raptors that were in the area. And that's what each circle is. So orange is a great horned owl, blue is a bald eagle, red is, it's not doing it on this one, but each one is a different raptor in the areas that they have in place that we have to look at. And when that, when I saw this, I communicated to staff going, Sandstone's not a good location based on what we were seeing. What it did is it started really, when I looked at this, this is one of the areas where I just, when I was talking to Jeff and Sandy, I'm like, conflict is all over the place when we look at sites in terms of how we're going to approach it. At the same time, we did talk to the FAA, and we did look, and we had a conversation with the ADO, John, I forgot John's name, I can look it up, but anyway, we talked through it, and so 2 different pieces to the puzzle. To Councilmember Martin's question, yes, drones are there. As Sandy indicated, you still have to go through a different process with the FAA to do it, but it is an aviation-related activity. Just because fireworks are associated with drones does not make fireworks an aviation-related activity. And so those are 2 distinct parts. In talking to the FAA, they were very clear with us, and they, because we mentioned what we thought was happening at the Fort Collins Airport, and they clarified, nope, it's not on the airport. It's actually on property adjacent to the airport, so they had to get different permits in terms of doing that. And then we're very quick to point out to us, just because you see other airports do it doesn't mean that it's correct, and you don't know how we're responding to those situations when we find it. They said, while we cannot unequivocally say no, it is highly unlikely that you will be able to utilize fireworks at the airport, and I'm going to kind of go into what they said. So a few issues in terms of, if there was a location that where we would do it, it would probably be over here in the south side of the airport, because you have different safety zones on this end, and part of that comes into a situation that, if you count, some of the council will remember, is we actually, and this was part of the Part 16 that we were in, when we created a new fee structure in terms of utilizing the south side of the airport. And so in the case of fireworks, they are considered a non-aeronautical use. We do have a permit structure for this side of the airport, of which aeronautical uses frequently look at. And so in understanding how long it would take to actually set the fireworks up, that's about a 2-day process. And if an aeronautical use wanted to lease the property, it's theirs. And we would have to move anything that we were doing on the fireworks side. The FAA then went on to tell us that single runway airports are really hard because there's not much that you can do without triggering a closure of the airport, and that's where the aeronautical versus non-aeronautical use comes into play. The example that they gave us where airports do partial closures was actually something that's happening at Rocky Mountain Airport, where occasionally they'll do 5K runs and they can close one runway, but because they have multiple runways, they're not closing the airport. And so, again, would say they indicated that it was highly unlikely that the fireworks could be utilized at the airport. The drones are a different component on this. And as we know, there's other things that we're engaged with on the FAA, just generally in the flight paths and how we're approaching it. So we looked at the airport. So at that point, we looked at Garden Acres, we looked at Centennial, we asked a question about downtown, we talked about Dry Creek. I'm going to ask Jeff to come up because Dry Creek is, and Jeff, you're going to have to walk them through that. It's a pretty large closure, actually, at Dry Creek. And so, Jeff, do you want to inform council on that?
Mayor, members of council, Jeff Friesner, Director of Recreation and Culture. So the park staff will be working at Dry Creek this year to install synthetic turf, and it would really not make sense to try to do a large event when that work is being done. And most of that work is in the recessed area, mainly this area here. We won't be putting synthetic turf in where cricket is because they preferred the regular turf, but synthetic and lighting will go in the rest of the designated area right now.
So, what did I miss, Sandy?
Harold, I was just going to mention that the folks from fire also found that that was a very dry land area, and we're not real comfortable with the fire danger either.
Okay. So then, you know, we started looking at just generally the entire area, and you can see there's conflicts. And the one thing that changed that was brought up is we did talk about the event and finding a way to move the event itself downtown. One of the challenges that happened with that is we had conversations with someone and then they left town and we weren't sure that we were able to share it. And then they communicated with us today. And so in terms of the event, what we were really looking at is if council wants to have the fireworks at this location, is actually moving the event to this location off of 2nd and Emory. And Wibby Brewing has indicated that they're interested in partnering with the city on an event. I think for us, from a financial standpoint, that would reduce some of our operational costs that we talked through this. They have a history of events with 5,000 individuals there. We could also look at a broader closure of the streets. Other than the idea, we haven't taken it any further than that until we get direction from council in terms of what you all want to do and how you want to approach it. But there, you know, that's really in terms of the event itself. Definitely hearing folks about people and trying to move that there. You know, the other thing that I've heard is, you know, the question on staff at the location. And I asked David where the 3 rangers came from, and he goes, that's what we have on staff. What I would say is that if council does this, it's not going to just be 3 rangers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're probably going to look at calling everyone in to work in addition to public safety personnel and some of our operations groups, because we do definitely hear the concern about the damage to the native areas and how we would approach it. And, you know, we couldn't just not put the resources in to manage that location. At the end of the day, the question for council is this. Council can say, nope, we don't want to do fireworks at the fire training center. And then it's up to the Kiwanis as to whether or not they want to move it to Fox Hill. Council could say, yes, we want to do fireworks, but no, we don't want to do an event. Council could say, yes, we want to do this, but we want the event away from the river. You know, the thing that we realized in this is there's no way to get away from conflict, and it really depends on what's the variable that you're weighing in this case. And so if you weigh residential, you're going to create conflict over here. If you weigh this, then you're going to create conflict over here. And you know, for us, you know, what we can say is there's really not just a great space generally in our community. And, you know, when we talked about the fairgrounds, you know, one of the things that we heard is it was tough to control, you know, the fallout zone. But then when I saw this, I was kind of looking at it going, we have a similar situation that we have at Sandstone Ranch in terms of, you know, the wildlife that's in the area. And we may not have been, you know, I've got folks looking into this. We also have to work with the FAA on this location because it's also within the flight pattern. And I'm not sure historically what we've been doing. And so those are the issues. And so, you know, at this point, you know, what I would tell you is it's really what variables council wants to look at, and what and how you're ranking them in terms of what really is the best location, all knowing that at the end of the day, it's ultimately up to the Kiwanis in terms of what they want to do. And so that's the other piece of the puzzle, because we're not paying for the fireworks. You know, they are. And then in terms of the issue at Fox Hill, what really came up on this, and I'll zoom in, is that it was really, how do you manage parking? Because, you know, these neighborhoods are being built out, and we really can't put that volume of parking in a neighborhood. And we see that all the time within the communities when we drop, you know, a large number of cars in a neighborhood, then we're tending to deal with the neighborhood on a different situation. And I think that's what really prompted, you know, the conversation, was where do people park and how do we approach it? But, you know, those are your options. And I think we have explored multiple areas, and I'm looking to you all now for direction.
So thank you for that explanation and for this map, because it does show that there's wildlife everywhere, and the city does a great job of protecting them. But I want to give a little backstory as well, that I approached Harold earlier on, probably in December, about when I suggested the drone show as an alternative, because I think that when we have a passion for one thing, we don't see the whole picture. We're only looking at what we consider the most important issue. For me, it's people. And what I have noticed working the phones, the first year that we had I guess the big consideration about how invasive the basically bombs in the neighborhood were happening. I worked the phones for that, and it was eye-opening as to how many dangerous places we have in our residential areas with people using illegal fireworks that go off of the ground. So my conversation with Harold was, let's have two events. The fireworks is a totally different conversation than the event. These are two different things. The Kiwanis owns and does the fireworks show. They have nothing to do with the event. My idea for the event was, can we show the residents something else they can do without having tons of fireworks in their neighborhoods? Because this really reflects on our police department heavily. There's not room to, I guess, to manage fireworks in the residential areas and go to domestic calls, to wrecks, and the emergency rooms. And that is why I suggested, let's have an event so people really do have something to do on 4th of July. That might pull them away from wanting to do fireworks in their neighborhoods. Show them something else they can do. But we don't have to do any of it. As Harold said, we can back away from it. So I personally think that if we want to have an event, and that's what council needs to weigh in on, then the conversation with Wibbies sounds like a great venue. They're willing to help with it, and it would be out of the area that the public is concerned about, where we have wildlife and raptors, etc. If we want to allow the Kiwanis Club to have an option other than going to Fox Hill, then council needs to decide whether they would give direction to staff to permit the fire training center to be used. So these are two different, if they would allow, if we give permission to the city to use the fire range, the fire training center area, then that would be up to the Kiwanis Club to choose. Do they want to do it at Fox Hill, or would they rather do it at the center that we offer them. So those are the two things that I think that we need to discuss here. First of all, do we want to do either of these events and just let the Kiwanis do whatever they want at Fox Hill? I don't want to make a motion before we discuss it because it doesn't make sense. Let's weigh in and see if we want to do either of these with a very short comment from councilors. Councilor Hidalgo Faring.
Thank you, Mayor. So, you know, I agree with your rationale for hosting an event. I mean, a lot of other local, you know, municipalities, smaller towns, they have an area event that's not necessarily at the same area where the fireworks are. So it's less important to me that it has to be right where the fireworks will be. It sounds like a great opportunity to collaborate with WIBIs to create an event earlier in the day. You know, based on, the reason why I was in supportive of looking at a different venue for the fireworks is because every year since we've had the fireworks at, I mean, it's been, what, two times? It feels like forever because of the massive amount of emails and complaints that we got about the location being a private residential. It felt very elitist. Those were some of the comments I heard, that it was not really at the city center, but it was more off to the side, so it didn't even really feel like it's Longmont, were some of the other comments. So I was wanting to pose a different venue that would be more inclusive to a greater population of our city. So that was it. If it's becoming an issue, you know, I'm fine. Let's keep it at Fox Hill this year, and let's look at other venues, you know, working with Kiwanis to find somewhere else. It looks like space is, our places are limited here. And, you know, if Fox Hill is still willing, that's okay. I would like to see a pre-show. You know, we did approve having a pre-show drone. So maybe, you know, if it's not feasible to have it in the same location where the fireworks would be, maybe somewhere near where the WIBI event would occur, would make sense to me. So more people would be able to be engaged in that.
Okay, so what I hear you're saying is that you would like conversations to engage the WIBI, staff to engage WIBIs in a conversation for the event, if they're willing. Okay. Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Well, I see that we have our day event, which is at Roosevelt, and that meets a certain portion of the population's interest. You know, the music and everything that goes with that, and then we have our an afternoon event at somewhere like a WIBI's with maybe the drones going on in the later evening, and let Kiwanis shoot off their fireworks and do their thing at Fox Hill, and that is a evening event. And I see that as a real doable package. You know, so we're giving those folks that, you know, want to be at Roosevelt listening to the symphony, doing their thing, that we're letting the folks that want a kind of a different sort of urban event with WIBIs, and maybe if the drone show would be located there so that people could go, hey, look, I got something else going here, and then let the Fox Hill, let the Kiwanis do their deal at the Fox Hill, and anything else that they want to contribute to helping fund their future fireworks opportunities, and have that. And that might be just more than enough for people. Everybody's a little bit, gets a little bit of what they're interested in. I don't know, maybe you weren't thinking that the drones would be at WIBI's. It just seems like to me that would be a...
No, I just want to be mindful of what the Kiwanis said. Ultimately, that's their decision.
Right.
Okay.
Where they want to do it, and so I don't...
Oh, no, I'm just...
So they could very well say, no, we don't want to do it at Fox Hill. They could say, yes, we want to do that.
I'm flexible with that as far as I mean, my preference is that they're there at least another year, and then we see kind of how things pan out. with the crowds at a Wibby's.
So, can I come into this conversation? Two things. First of all, the Longmont Symphony Orchestra would like to move their venue. So saying that it will be at at Thompson Park may not be correct.
Oh.
They may want to move it to where the event is going to be.
So the symphony is willing to, they're going to do their event at Roosevelt during the day that they normally do.
Oh, they are.
That's what I said.
What they were willing to do is play at night in conjunction with the
Okay, I
drones and the
misunderstood that.
fireworks.
Okay. But Councillor McCoy, what I want to know is, do you want to give direction to staff to allow using the fire range?
I'm a little uncomfortable with that because of its location and people being so just not understanding, where they can walk and everything. I think, if they thought it was if there was a location closer to Wibby's that would be, and I know it's not far, but it's just so that people don't get a feeling like, oh, hey, I'll outsmart everybody and I'll go to the other side and start walking around that field just like we asked them. We were trying to avoid. I think that would not be a great location for that.
So I think that the only place that we're offering for the Kiwanis would be the fire, the fire training center within the city or Fox Hill. Only those two. We're not offering fireworks.
I would want them just to have Fox Hill.
Okay, that's what we wanted to know. Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Having looked at the map, I have a concern about the Fox Hill venue, which is the UC Health is right there. And that seems like a big impact on people who are hospitalized. So, maybe the Kiwanis has to figure it out. We can't really stop them from using Fox Hill. But I would like to give them an alternative. Why can't we just close the streets that get to Dickens Farm Park and make people have to watch from farther away?
We could, and I think that's part of, I definitely hear the community's concern about that facility.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if council chose to say, yes, we can use it, we would have to then, as staff, ensure that we're not allowing that behavior to occur on the nature area and how we're approaching it. And that's where I said there's no way I would have a limited amount of staff there to protect that area, because we understand that too.
Yeah.
And so if council chose to do it, yeah, we would have to bring in a fair amount of staff to manage that area to ensure that we don't allow that type of behavior to occur. And so, can I say absolutely 100% we're going to guarantee that people aren't there? No, I can't. Can I say that we could bring staff in to minimize it and really manage that area and close the streets? Yeah, absolutely. We can do those things.
Okay, so I have two quick questions. One is, I heard Wibby and the 5,000 capacity.
Mhm.
That isn't very many, is it, for the number of crowds that have turned up to 4th of July street events? Because would we need to expand the area? There are other venues and spaces for food trucks and stuff to be around there.
If council wanted to do that, we would have to work with them and look at expanding into the street and really doing something different. But again, other than them saying, yes, we're interested in participating, that's as far as the conversation's gone, because we're waiting on council's direction to see where we go.
Okay. Do we have any data on how big of a crowd used to gather when it was the 4th of July? Or when it was the fairgrounds, rather? Because that's what our metric ought to be.
I think around 10,000, but it was geographically
more dispersed.
More dispersed in that, you know, if you ever drove the area, there were people in the GE parking lots, there were people at Sunset Golf Course, there were people in Home Depot, Target, and all of those areas. You really couldn't unless you were an ADA. Unless you had an ADA
sticker, you couldn't get close.
You couldn't get in the fairgrounds parking lot. I think they would go back into Nelson and on Airport Road. I mean, geographically, it was pretty spread out.
Mm-hmm.
Which that was the operational piece that the public safety department was talking about, because they were having to manage multiple intersections across that area as they were
okay.
managing.
So
this
then
crowd.
my preferences in this order are: the city focuses on the street fair events, which means both the day concert and evening stuff centered around the 2nd Avenue, Boston kind of area. If have I got that right? That's where Wibby
Second
is.
and Emory.
Emory, yeah, okay. And try to coordinate maybe the drone show with that, because that seems possible. Can they use the as a base of operations? Can they use the Innovation Center itself? It has a lot of ground around it, and they could fly. They could overfly the Wibby area from there. I'm pretty sure.
So yes and no. They can't fly the drones directly over crowds.
Okay.
And
so they could come close.
But you'll be able to see them. I
Mhm.
will tell you that piece. If they fly it from the Innovation Center, you would be able to see it for sure. We have not settled on a specific site because we're waiting for some of these other pieces to fall into
Sure.
place. And then we'll meet with St. Vrain to determine where is the best place. They have to get their clearance from FAA as well.
Mhm.
You know, so. Yeah.
Well, so that would be my recommendation, is have an evening street fair in the 2nd and Emory area. Try to get lots of involvement from the merchants around there, and look at maybe having the drone show be as adjacent to that as is practicable.
And Marcia, what about the fireworks? Did you say?
Yes, I said, because I am concerned about the Fox Hill site having the hospital there,
Right.
as well as having more residences that it did. So and we can't stop Kiwanis from using that venue anyway, but we can offer them the alternative of using the fire station and not have anything else going on
Okay.
around that.
Okay.
And close the streets to protect
Okay,
Dickens.
that sounds great. So I think everybody's weighed in. Councilman Rodriguez, do you want to weigh in at all? No. Okay. So I'm going to move that we allow that we give direction to staff to allow the Kiwanis Club to use the fire station as an alternative, and let us know which option they want to use. This is their event. And the reason I'm doing that is because even if we say go back to Fox Hill this year and we'll figure it out next year, we're going to be right back here next year with the exact same issues. So let's make a decision and see how it works. So does that sound good to you? And I need a second for that if we're going to make a motion.
I'll second.
All right. So Councilor Hidalgo Faring seconded that we give direction to staff to allow the Kiwanis, if they choose, to use the fire training center, and that they hopefully will let us know by the end of the week when they take it back to their board as to which one they choose. Tomorrow would be great. I'm also going to move that we direct staff to get in conversations with Wibbies to see if they're interested in partnering with us on an event.
Councilmember Yarborough.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see your light.
I know, it's hard. I can't see any of those over there.
You can't see all this light?
I like to see your light. It shines.
Okay, just quick question. I just want to make sure that if we're the option, if the fire station is the alternative, with that alternative, would that mean there will be no, it will be closed off and we will have staff around there. That's what I want to make sure that that's in there and not, you know, and then with the Wibby being, you know, for everybody else. And also, the orchestra will be at
No, I don't
Roosevelt
know.
Park. Will it be just one time? I mean, will it, because at first we were talking about they were going to be at both. So,
I think that's going to be part of what the event looks like. They'll bring back the schedule of who's going to be there and who
So-
wants to be.
So the symphony has their event that they do. I want to be clear. They're going to continue doing that during the day. They're willing to then bring their musicians to a location where this is occurring so that they can do, what is it, the William Tell overture that they do with fireworks, and they're doing it. And actually, I mean, even logistically, there was just some things when you put it that close to the park. I mean, you're talking tents and other issues that wouldn't make sense because their instruments are really expensive. And so we were hearing that for them in that area, what is covered makes sense. That was part of that conversation, but they're willing to have the conversation to do that.
Okay. So I'm
Is
going
that
to.
correct? Is that correct?
We didn't vote on that motion, so I'm going to withdraw it and restate it. So I move that we give direction to staff to allow the Kiwanis Club, if they choose, to hold their fireworks show at the Fire Training Center. And you seconded still? So that was seconded by Councilor Hidalgo Faring. Is there any more discussion on that? Seeing none. And that the streets are closed around the Fire Training Center during the fireworks show. Oh, let's vote. I know. And that passes 6-1 with Councilor Rodriguez in opposition.
I wanted to also say we just didn't talk to Libby alone. We talked to some of the other businesses there. Some have indicated that they may stay open, they may not, but so there's more work to be done. I didn't want it to think it was just them. They're just the one that responded, but they are talking to the other businesses in the area as well.
Okay. So I'm going to move that to give direction to council to talk to the businesses in the area of Second and Emery for the possibility of holding an event at that location on the 4th of July.
Second.
Any discussion from councilors?
Yeah, it'd be an evening.
And I would think that the timing might be what the merchants agree to, along with. Yeah. Okay, let's vote.
I did.
So that passes 6-1 with Councilor Rodriguez in opposition. Do you have your direction? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate your input as well.
And Mayor Peck, I just do want to thank the Kiwanis for the event that they put together. They do all the fundraising for the event, and even though we support it with some staff resources, certainly from fire and public safety, you know, it's an amazing event that they put together year after year.
And we'll see if this event actually does what I hope it does, is to lessen the fireworks in residential areas, and isn't such a burden on our police force. And bring the community together. Thank you. All right, what's left on this agenda? The 2024 legislative bills recommended for City Council.
Hello, Mayor and members of council. Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager, and I have 5 bills for you today since we missed a week last week, so we have a few things that are hopping and popping today. The first one is House Bill 241237 concerning the creation of programs for the development of child care facilities. So this is a grant that would allow local governments to be able to partner with child care facilities to provide services for the community. There are technical grants, capital grants, 3 different programs that this would fund. And since early care and education is a priority to the City Council, staff recommends that you support House Bill 241237.
Is there any discussion? Can I have a motion then? Okay. It's moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Yarbrough that we're going to support 1237. Let's vote. Can we just have a verbal vote? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? So that passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor. The next one is a little complicated. House Bill 241313 concerning measures to increase affordability of housing in transit-oriented communities. So this is part of the governor's package of bills that he was bringing in order to try to provide additional housing and also pull away some land use regulation from municipalities in order to do so. It's a tough toss-up because I think that what they're asking is for us to be able to increase densities and provide land use that helps with housing in transit-oriented development. Longmont has done that. We'll continue to do that. But what they are saying is that if people don't do that work, that they will pull their highway user tax fund state dollars from communities and really require for land use to be dictated by the state. So this is a tough toss-up because I think we've said, to the state, you really should incent the kinds of things that you'd like to see. But with holding grants is kind of the other side of that coin. So what CML is asking for is they're asking for opposition. Their board has taken a position of oppose unless amended to remove some of the most egregious, kind of land use pieces while still keeping in the spirit of the bill. It's kind of with a controversial heart, I would say, that that's the recommendation from staff today. We've had a couple of council members email me asking me about this bill, which is why you're seeing it today. So, of course, it's always your policy decision, but the staff recommendation right now is to oppose unless amended.
I think it's punitive, so I agree on the opposition. Councillor Martin.
I frankly admit I didn't get a chance to read the bill, so I don't know how punitive it is. I also don't know whether the definition of transit corridor has changed, because we didn't really, under the previous bill, we didn't really have many transit corridors because we don't have any trains, and so we've taken our bus transit corridors and we've already densified them pretty much and fixed the parking and done a lot of stuff, which means it probably doesn't hurt us much. And I kind of think that given that there's a lot of objection to the city policy of densification already that hurts us, then I think we should take our help wherever we can get it. And if that means supporting the governor's bill when it's a direction we want to go anyway, I don't think we should oppose it on principle. So I will be a no.
Any other discussion? Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Well, I think that I would support this with that we take staff's recommendation and CML's recommendation to oppose it until the punitive language is taken out. I think that's reasonable. I think that it's the number one thing is to keep our home rule city aspects intact and not give away anything that we don't have to. So I think it's really critical that we keep that in mind. So I would recommend that we go with staff recommendations and take out the punitive language.
Councillor Hidalgo-Fearing.
So if I understood Councilmember Martin right, she supports this bill but opposes the opposition on this bill. Okay. So I think in past conversations we've had in looking at, we're doing our part to bring in affordable, attainable housing. We're doing our part to, to make Longmont and surrounding areas a livable place. So really pushing back on other municipalities to do the same. I think this, I mean, I'm not that offended by the punitive language because I feel like it incentivizes people to actually get on the ball and start doing something in their own communities. So I do support endorsing this bill. So I will not support the opposition.
So I want to say that it's a statewide bill, and the HUTF funds are very important to especially rural communities and to smaller cities. Building denser housing only works if you have people who want to move into your community. The transit corridors and the incentive to build more housing doesn't always work for rural communities or smaller communities that do not have economic development. So that is why I think it's punitive, maybe not to us in our city, but as a statewide bill, I think if we're thinking of other cities, it is very punitive. So I make a motion that we oppose until amended House Bill 1313. Seconded by Councillor McCoy. And that 1, 2, 3, 4. And that passes 4-3 with Councilors Hidalgo Ferring, Marcia Martin, and Aaron Rodriguez in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. These are tough bills. I mean, I appreciate the conversation because it's tough to figure out all the different impacts. The next one is House Bill 24-1357 concerning measures to promote safety in the distribution of natural gas. This is a pipeline bill, and so basically it kind of closes a loophole that had happened in the past around the conveyance of natural gas. Our folks in sustainability and air quality feel like this would be a helpful thing to close that loop. Since the health and welfare of Longmont community members would benefit from the bill, staff recommends that council support House Bill 1357.
Is there any discussion on this House bill? Seeing none, can I have a motion?
I move that we support staff's recommendation on House Bill 24-1357.
That's been moved by Councillor McCoy and seconded by everybody. So let's vote. And that passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor. The next one is House Bill 24-1435 concerning the funding of the Colorado Water Conservation Board projects. So every year, the Colorado Water Conservation Board has construction projects that they fund, and this year's allocation includes funding for the Windy Gap Firming Project or the Chimney Hollow Reservoir, which would provide water storage for the city of Longmont. So state funding for this water project is great for us and will be helpful in construction. Staff recommends City Council support House Bill 24-1435.
Is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, can I have a motion? Second, is there a second? Oh. Councillor Martin moved House Bill 24-1435, seconded by Councillor Hidalgo Ferring. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously.
One more to go. Senate Bill 24-185 concerning protections for unleased mineral interest owners and the pooling of mineral interests. So as you know, today, oil and gas companies can force pool particular operations, whether cities own the land or not, in an effort to meet the state requirements around force pooling today. They can apply for that force pooling approval, and the Colorado Oil and Gas Association can give it to them. This bill would prohibit that for lands that are owned by a municipality. And that helps us, except that I do want to point out that some of the land that we own is not within our municipality and may not be protected from this bill. But nonetheless, it's certainly helpful to try to avoid forced pooling in the future. And so because that's really consistent and aligns with council's position on oil and gas, staff recommends that council supports Senate Bill 24-185.
Actually, this helps us on that little parcel of land that we had discussions on. So, is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, can I have a motion?
I move Senate Bill 24-185.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Martin. Let's vote. That passes unanimously.
Thank
I
you,
will
Mayor.
say, I will say on this one, if it does pass, then we're going to be looking at our land and what's annexed and what's not annexed, because then we're going to have to be running annexations then to ensure that if this bill passes, we have the protections of this bill.
That's right. And Mayor, one other thing I just wanted to mention, in this week's electronic version of this that I emailed to each of you, I have also linked the bill numbers at the beginning of each paragraph to make it a little easier for you to be able to pull up the bills directly. So, hope that
Thank
helps.
you very much. So now we're at final call, public invited to be heard. I move that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock. It's been moved and seconded by Councilor Christ. All those in favor? All those in favor of extending the meeting, raise your hand.
Oh, fine.
So that passes. So, final call, public invited to be heard. Come on down.
Thank you. Gary Hodges, 2148 Stewart Street. I want to speak on some of the things I saw tonight in the solar presentation. So on the slide that was titled Solar Value Stacking, we've seen over and over and over again on any of these energy or climate or whatever presentations a completely incorrect assumption of how efficiency works. It's like saying up is down, left is right, or black is white. It's wrong. It's an absolutely incorrect attribution to the end result of efficiency, which they said to permanently reduce consumption or reduce overall costs or something like that. And that's not what it will do. It will increase consumption. Okay, so value of solar slide. They talked about reducing particulates. We all know why we're pursuing this is to reduce CO2. That is the only reason we're after this. I mean, there's no such thing as a free lunch. We all want plentiful energy with little negative externalities, but it's not possible. There's always going to be some. It's just outsourcing our negative externalities to some other country, right? In the building of these machines, wind turbine parts, photovoltaic panels, etc. Slide staff recommendations, solar rates. I don't want my electric rates subsidizing other people. Harold Dominguez had a slide. Online raptor nest map. You know, isn't it interesting that locally we care about raptors, right? But thousands are killed every year by wind turbines. So we love ours, but we're willing to outsource the death of all these big, beautiful birds to other places because who cares that someone else, so let's just outsource them there. So, wind and solar renewable is tied at the hip with hydrocarbon. You can't have it without the hydrocarbon. It's like electric vehicles. You just increase it all or emit it all in the beginning and then little at the end, whereas it's a little along the way with hydrocarbon. So I don't celebrate any of this, but if we willingly use incomplete and bad input, it is guaranteed that bad policy and outcomes will follow. This is easy to verify everything I say. Our World in Data has really interactive, easy maps. You can verify everything I say. We will not make one iota of difference in global warming, and all we will do is dramatically increase our electric costs for no reason. I mean, no reason, no stated reason. The stated reason will not be achieved at all. It's a drop in the bucket, like I stated earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak?
Good evening again. It's me, Froster R, off North 75th Street in West Longmont, Colorado. So I just want to first mention that I feel we have something special here in Longmont, Colorado. But first I have to be honest, as you know, ever since the October 7th attacks, there has been a lot of emotions, a lot of buzz, a lot of passion. That said, I don't really... I can understand on my side of the discussion how people are feeling. They're very torn, they're very hurt, so naturally they're going to just express themselves in wild ways in which I happen to understand, however I don't agree with. I've seen what has happened throughout the Front Range. I've been to the Boulder City Council meetings. I've seen the headlines in Denver. I've seen what people have done in Fort Collins in particular. And again, I just want to remind you, as a Palestinian, that's not my approach. I want to go a more diplomatic, peaceful route. And that's why I do believe in decor, not so much for manners and respect, but more so, one, so everybody is allowed to be heard, and two, to maintain the peace, because at least here in the Western world, we could still maintain the peace and discuss our side without, you know, rioting. And on that note, like I said, we have something special here in Longmont. I ask you, please look back at our history. I ask you to not scapegoat or better yet use one group of people to possibly abuse our constitutional rights. Following 9/11, as you know, the Patriot Act was passed, and initially that was used to, you know, spy and follow the terrorist when it encompassed all U.S. citizens. And that was a violation of our Fourth Amendment rights, mind you. And now again, following what has happened in Greeley and Fort Collins, I please ask you, don't follow the same path. I don't want us to limit our First Amendment rights. It's such a blessing that we have 3 minutes as citizens to speak. I know it's a long time, but it goes by quick. Please, we have something special here in Longmont, and I want to thank everybody that's been speaking at the city council meetings with respect and poise for one each another, and I just want to continue it, and I just feel like that's how we should conduct ourselves here in Longmont, Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are now at mayor and council comments. Oh, Lance. Or is it? Okay.
Yeah. Only take 10 seconds.
Okay. You can change your name again?
I almost want to say good morning. Good evening, Steve Altschuler, 1555 Taylor Drive. Just to finish up as much as I can with Victor David Hansen's article. I was at the point where Hamas began the war by deliberately targeting citizens. It massacred them on October 7th when it invaded Israel during a time of peace and holidays. It sent more than 7,000 rockets into Israeli cities for the sole purpose of killing non-combatants. It has no vocabulary for the collateral damage of Israeli civilians, since it believes any Jewish death under any circumstance is a cause for celebration. Hamas places its terrorist centers beneath and inside hospitals, schools, and mosques. Why? Israel is assumed to have more reservations about collaterally hitting Gazan civilians than Hamas does, exposing them as human shields. We are told Israel wrongly uses disproportionate force to retaliate in Gaza, but it does so because no nation can win a war without disproportionate violence that hurts the enemy more than it is hurt by the enemy. The United States incinerated German and Japanese cities with disproportionate force to end a war both Axis powers started. The U.S. military in Iraq nearly leveled Fallujah and Mosul, sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, by disproportionate force to root out Islamic gunmen hiding among the innocents. Hamas has objections to disproportionate violence, but only when it is achieved by Israel and not by Hamas. The so-called international community is demanding Israel agree to a ceasefire, but there was already a ceasefire before October 7th. Hamas broke it by massacring 1,200 Jews and taking more than 250 hostages. Hamas violated that peace because it thought it could gain leverage over Israel by murdering Jews. Hamas now demands another ceasefire because it thinks it is no longer able to murder more unarmed Jews. Instead, it now fears that Israel will destroy Hamas the way Hamas sought but failed to destroy Israel. Did Hamas call for a ceasefire after the first 500 Jews it massacred on October 7th? President Joe Biden believes that the Muslim religious holiday of Ramadan requires Israel to agree to a ceasefire. But did either Hamas or any other Arab military ever respect Jewish or even its own religious holidays? October 7th massacre was timed to catch Israelis unaware while celebrating the Jewish religious holidays. I won't try to pronounce those. Moreover, Hamas's surprise attack was deliberately timed to commemorate the earlier sneak Arab attack on Israel some 50 years earlier.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you for your time.
Lance or Daryl?
It's Daryl.
Is it Daryl or is it Daryl?
For another hour. For another hour, it'll be Daryl B. Payne. When I renamed myself Daryl B. Payne, I didn't realize it'd be that much pain. So next weekend, I will definitely be Lance again.
Okay.
Thank you guys all for your lovely work. Sometimes it's really rough to get through, and I understand that. And I just like to bring a smile to every one of your faces. So thank you all for such a lovely night.
Thank you, Daryl. Okay, now we're at Mayor and Council comments. Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I just have a few brief remarks. One of them is a lesson from my deceased mother. I had a brother who was only 15 months different from me in age, which means that we fought like little cats and dogs. And the one excuse that my mother refused to accept under any circumstances is, "He hit me first." It's not an excuse. It'll never be an excuse. And every human life is equally precious. There is no moral high ground in the Holy Land anymore. But there are lives to be saved. So, that. On another subject, I'd like to correct a misunderstanding about the rates. Actually, the rates were intended to stop you, Mr. Hodges, from subsidizing anybody else. So I think you got it turned around, and I didn't want that to, go unchallenged. And then the last thing is there's one piece of the renewable energy formula that it tends to get ignored, which is that if we keep the renewable energy generation that we have and the fossil fuel use that we have and don't increase electric consumption, we'll still run out of fossil fuels by 2060. So we really need to do something, even if you don't believe in carbon dioxide as a source of warming. 2060. And that's the piece that's left out. So thanks, everybody. It's been a great meeting, and I just want to say a word in favor of facts. They're good things.
Okay. Anyone else? No. I want to say that I'm falling asleep, so that the work skills, youth, life skills was a huge success, and it was very fun, and I think we should do it every year.
Yeah.
So.
I'm going to have a sewing table.
Okay. City manager remarks.
No comments, Mayor.
City attorney.
No comments, Mayor.
All those in favor of adjourning? Aye. We are adjourned.
Mr. Marks, I was curious, in regards to fireworks, it looks like it's going in a positive direction.